Alright, Twitch is saying that we're live now, so I think we actually are, so that's good. Welcome back to Advent of Code. We'll be doing day 7 today. You can skip ahead to the 11-minute 20-ish mark to see this if you're on YouTube. But let's see. If you don't know what Advent of Code is, it's a puzzle or 2 puzzles a day up until the 25th of December, and they're generic programming puzzles. You can tackle them in any programming language you want, and they grow in difficulty every day, so 7 should in theory be more difficult than yesterday. We'll see how that goes. What I'm trying to do is I'm implementing all of them in Python, and then I'm going to implement them in one other programming language. I think the one that I picked for today is Lua, so we'll see how that goes. Hey, what's up, Xandroid? How's it going? I do have one. This might be a hint over here. I do have one silly thing that I did offline. I took the int code program, which is the assembly thing, which has like this. No, in Python it has this giant loop or whatever. It's essentially a mini programming language itself. Good, I heard Lua. Yeah, we'll probably I might be doing Lua as my second programming language today. We'll see. But yeah, anyway, it's like a small virtual machine. This is my Python solution. But I also implemented it in SQLite. Similar, I mean, the day 4 implementation in SQLite was very, very easy, but I thought I might be able to abuse some of the same tricks to implement a full int code interpreter, and it turns out it's definitely possible, and I definitely did it, and the worst part is it's faster than my Python solution. So this is how you run it. You just pipe the file into SQLite, and the way it works is it takes the puzzle input as a string literal here, puts that into an input table. This was like the most faithful way that I could take input, I thought. Yes, I did day 5 in SQL as well, Vec. Hey, what's up, Mumi Jamala? So yeah, it takes the input as a string. This is the parsing code for the input. So basically what it does is it makes a table that has a row ID and an integer. I realize SQL has row ID by default, but SQLite has row ID by default, but it starts at 1. And I didn't want to start at 1 and need a bunch of +1s everywhere, so I just made my own row ID table or column and started it at 0. And the way I parse this is there's this recursive thing which basically lets you self-join kind of in a loop. So it's like this is the initial condition, this is the update, and then this is the bounding condition. And so what I do here is I increment the row ID, I grab the substring up until a comma. If there's a comma in the string, if there's not a comma in the string, just use the whole string. Otherwise, grab the substring up until the comma. So that's what this does right here. And then I keep track of the rest of the string. So I basically chop off one chunk at a time. So I would take this and then have rest be this. And then I would take this and have rest be this. And that's how this loop updates. We eventually discard the rest column and insert that into prog, which is where I store the program code for my interpreter. In day 5, there's an output, which in Python I implemented that as print. In SQLite I implemented that as a separate table, and then we just like select star from this table at the end. I made a temporary table. This makes some of the code shorter later. And then we get to the magic of this. The magic of this is there's a table for the program counter. This is, in the Python code, it's just an integer that we increment, and that's how the code runs. We have this program counter and the +=4 or whatever to make it move. But here we have a program counter table, and we have a trigger that happens when this program counter gets updated. So anytime a program counter update happens, it triggers another loop of the virtual machine. And we'll look at this in a second. But the way it initially starts is you insert some garbage value and then update it to 0, and that's how you trigger the program to start running. And this program will run until it hits a halt, which is the opcode, or the integer value of the program code being 99. And we'll see this pattern a lot throughout the code. This is me selecting a single instruction from the program, and this is the value that got updated in the table. And that's most of how the magic works. The rest of it's just like some clever tricks to avoid insertions when I don't want them, and do some stuff there. But here's where I assign my variables. This is I originally had these all inlined and it was really hard to read, so I just made a param table where I can keep track of these values and make the rest of the expressions a lot shorter. So there's 3 important things here. One of them is the opcode, which is just the bottom 2 digits of the number. One is parameter 1, which does the 2 modes. So in mode 0, it's the reading from the memory address of that. So it's a double select from prog. Otherwise, it's an immediate value, so it's just grabbing the value of that integer. And then this is copy paste of this, but instead of the 3rd digit, it's the 4th digit. VF Davis says, if I didn't know better, I would swear that I was reading MySQL. I'm having university flashbacks. This is actually SQLite, so this is a dumber variant of MySQL, but it works roughly the same. And then I have a bunch of these update queries, and what they do is they only update if the opcode is a particular value. So you can see like this is selecting for opcode 1, this is for opcode 2, opcode 3, etc., etc. And they perform whatever operation they need. So like addition does plus, multiplication does times. This is the input one, which just sets a constant value, etc., etc. And you have all of these. And then the final part is the update of the program counter, which is for the base opcodes, it's just like adding 4 to it. Sometimes it's adding 2. But the jump opcodes have a little bit of extra logic. And that's it. And then we grab the output at the end. And so if we run this, SQLite 3, take that as input, and you can see it produces the same results as my Python solution. Day 5. Part 2, day 5, input.text. And so the part 2 is a lot slower, but part 1 is faster than part 1 is faster than my Python solution. This is as terrifying as it is cool, yeah. SQL Adam says, hey, 1 week of fun has already passed. It's captivating. Yeah, that's true. We're on week 7. Oh, Spaceboy R00 is raiding with a party of 8. Hello, Spaceboyer. How's it going? Thank you for the raid and welcome to the stream. I don't know why there isn't a notification. I didn't fix that. There's supposed to be a notification, but I forgot to mess with Streamlabs. But thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be doing Advent of Code today. Going well, it's going well. Hey, what's up, Userman2 and Aneurysm and Colton45 and Peaky Dicers? Welcome to the stream. We're counting down to day 7. Oh, I should get set up. Let me put my directories in place. Day 00. Copy that to 7. Day 7. And we're gonna try something new this time. We're gonna try having a PyTest window. I notify exec part1.py PyTest part1.py. We're gonna try this as a little watch window. We'll see how it goes. And we'll have input. And actually probably run this as well in this tab. That way we'll have the input immediately. But yeah, other than that, I think we're ready to get going. This is my little template that I use for all of these, where I put my implementation here, I can write tests here, and this reads the data file, and it's all one little executable. Space Boiler says, very well, just finished rewriting day 5 part 1 code. Nice. I made a terrible decision and rewrote day 5 in SQLite, so this is my SQLite solution of day 5 part 1. Well, it's pretty short, surprisingly, but it's a bit crazy. I don't know why I did that. Userman2 says, I just finished day 5 and missed the details about modes, so I kept applying the wrong mode for like 2 days. Ooh, that's rough. Yeah, the modes is like the trickiest language in that one. Fortunately, I have worked with assembly before, so I kind of knew what it was talking about when the language was super confusing in there. So it was a little bit easier for me, but everyone else that I've talked to has been like, oh my god, what is going on in modes, immediates, opcodes, instructions? What are all these things? In a nutshell, I kept getting index errors for 2 days. Whoops. I ended up reading the modes backwards at first, which was very confusing. Oh. Yeah, the like hint there. Oh, right to left instead of left to right. Oh, that's interesting. Lockram says, the main thing that tripped me up was I was applying immediate mode to the output parameter, which it explicitly says not to do. Ah, true. Alright. So I'm not going to be able to read, well, I'm probably not going to read chat as much as we do this, but hopefully I'll look over every once in a while. Adam says, see you in an hour? Alright, see you in an hour. Here we go. Let me grab my input. Alright, bunch of numbers on one line. We can probably already parse those. For n in s dot strip dot split comma. Okay, cool. We got something. Alright, based on the navigational systems, you're going to need to send more power to your ship's thrusters. To reach Santa in time to do this, you'll need to configure a series of amplifiers already installed on the ship. There are 5 amplifiers connected in series. Each one receives an input signal and produces an output signal. They are connected such that the first amplifier's output leads to the second amplifier's input. Cool. They've sent you control software. Oh, sweet! It's just running int code. Day 6, day 5, part 2. Does that mean we have an answer already? Well, it ran something. When a copy of the program starts running on an amplifier, it will first use an input instruction to ask for the amplifier. It's currently 0 to 4. Each phase setting is used exactly once, but the elves can't remember which amplifier needs which phase setting. The program will call another input instruction to get the amplifier's input signal, compute the correct output signal, and supply it back to the amplifier with an output instruction. What? Your job is to find the largest output signal that can be sent to the thrusters by trying every possible combination of phase settings on the amplifiers. Make sure the memory is not shared or reused between copies of the program. Okay, so we're trying all permutations of inputs. Suppose you want to try phase setting that. Starting with the copy of the... Okay. I think I understand what it's asking. So we're gonna have a program, we're gonna have the input function, and we're gonna have the output function. I think that. Import itertools. Couple itertools dot permutations range 5. I think that's what we want. For permutation in itertools.permutations, range 5. Run program, functools.partial, functools.partial next permutation. That'll get us one integer from that, and then we'll append our output to that list. What does that actually get us? Tuple is not an iterator. Right. We want next iter this. I don't think this is the answer. I don't think that's right. Oh, because this feeds through each other. Start with a copy of the amplifier software that will run on an A. At its first input instruction, provide the amplifier's phase setting 3. At the second input instruction, provide if the input signal is 0. After some calculations, it will use an output instruction to indicate the amplifier's output signal. 31240. And before day 25 is making an ink code debugger. Yeah, right. Streamer's not reading chat. Chat party. True. First input instruction, provide the amplifier's phase setting 3. At its second input, provide its input signal 0. Why is the input signal 0? Hey, what's up, Michaela? Thank you for coming to the channel. I thought you followed, but you've already been following for forever. Oh, so the input is always going to be 0? Current phase setting, an integer from 0 to 4. Try every combination of phase settings on the amplifiers. I'm still very confused about what the inputs are supposed to be. I kind of have an idea, but I don't think it's right. Here are some example programs. The max thruster signal from this sequence. Let's try some tests. See what we get. Oh, I deleted the tests here. No! This one says the maximum signal. That's a big number. Okay, we get 43, so clearly we're doing something wrong. Oh, so we're supposed to pass the input. I see what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to take the first input and then get an output from that. So we run the program 5 times. So should be out.append. For n in permutation, input function equals functools.partial. I guess yes. Next iter n that. Something like that. Oh, the test passes. Sick. Okay, let's run it. Drawing the whole thing. We got no... I printed nothing. Because I don't print? Right. That's an interesting number. Not in the top 100. Let's see. That's no good. In this configuration, the amplifiers can't generate a large enough output signal to produce the thrust you'll need. The L's quickly talk to you through rewiring into a feedback loop. Oh no! Oh no no no! Most of the amplifiers are connected as they were before, however, A's output is connected to B's input, however, blah blah blah. E is now connected into the amplifier A's input. This creates the feedback loop. The signal will be sent through the amplifiers many times. In the feedback loop, the amplifiers need totally different phase settings. The integers 5 to 9, again, each used only once. These settings, I'll just copy part 1 to part 2. That was nano, not copy. We'll change this to part 2. Five to 9, okay. Don't restart the amplifier control software on any amplifier during this process. Each one should continue receiving and sending signals until it halts. This will cause the software to repeatedly take input and produce output many times before halting. Provide each amplifier its phase setting at its first input instruction. All further input-output instructions are for signals. All signals sent or received in this process will be between pairs of amplifiers except the very first signal and the very last signal. To start the process, a 0 signal is set to amplifier A's input exactly once. Eventually, the software on the amplifiers will halt after they have processed the final loop. When this happens, the last output signal from amplifier E is sent to the thrusters. Your job is to find the largest output signal that can be sent to thrusters using new phase settings. Okay, I think I understand how this works. We're going to be basically using what I used as out before as a stack. Let's try the sample input though. Why is that on 2 lines? That's a really long program. What is its expected output? This. Okay. And 5 to 9. That's kind of interesting on the edit distance there. I think it's just push and pop, right? The problem is the first input has to be something else. So this? I think that's how this works. Oh, I'm editing part 1. Dang it. Hope I did that right. List has an attribute push. Right, it is appends. Pop and appends. We got a bigger number than expected. Well, that's weird. Oh man, let me catch up on chat. Let's see. How does it feel to be a pescatarian? It's fine. That's the thing. Didn't before. I already read that one. Piki Dash says, I hate reading long questions like this. I just get so lost in the wordings. True. Max says, I almost implemented this last night. Userman says, I don't want to spoil myself in the later days, so I'm going to leave, but good luck. Alright. Zoomer says, greetings, friend. Hello, hello. Mikhail says, I can unfollow and refollow if you want. True. What's up, Goomback? What up, brother? Isn't Max Thruster your poor name, Anthony? Yes, Maximilian Thruster. That's my poor name. Anderson says, based on some of the specs I've received from product, I'd be thrilled. True. Eric says, imagine a universe where product actually gives you a spec and not a pile of hastily drawn upon napkins. Yeah, or those really ugly pink arrows. Oh, hey Eric, how's it going? What does comma do for a variable in Python? It's an unpack. So if you have like a one-length variable like this unpacks the single value from this iterable into that. It's a little bit tricky. Don't need that. Let me read this again because I've clearly not understood. All signals sent to receive in this process will be between pairs of amplifiers except for the very first signal and the very last signal. To start the process, 0 is sent to amplifiers A's input exactly once. Eventually the software on the amplifiers will halt after they have processed the final loop. When this happens, the last output signal from E is sent to the thrusters. At its phase setting, at its first input instruction, all further input-output instructions are for signals. Okay. So from this diagram, it makes me think that like we only run the program once. But we continue to cycle through these numbers, is my guess, instead of running the program n times. So that changes how this works. We still have our permutation, I guess. But we need to know where to pick from and where to output to. Okay, so... what did these things get called? Amplifiers? Amps equals itertools.cycle permutation. So what itertools.cycle does is... Remember, right? Yeah, that's what we want from that. So I think what's going to happen with get, with the retrieval value, is we'll get the setting and then the input, and then we'll expect to see an output, and then we'll send the setting and the input, and do that over and over and over. Or at least that's what I'm going to write. What did it call it? Not signal. Phase. Okay. Send phase equals true. Try that. Unbound local variable send phase reference before assignment. How? Oh, I know why. Unsupported operand types for plus, none type and int. Oh, I forgot to return. We get a very, very, very different number there. Goombek says, how do you represent decimals in binary? There's a couple of approaches. There's either floating point or long integer and then base 10 offset. Itertools.cycle, this should be interesting. True. Eric says, I'm a little surprised that there isn't an itertools.get correct answer to this AOC problem yet. True. Yes, the real Eric is there. Can I be both the fake and the real Eric? Just keep running it until it works. Well, clearly it's not working here. Should use the type checker to catch that none, shaking my head. True. I do have MyPy set up, I just didn't run it. I could probably set that up in another tab. No return value expected, right, because this is int. There, now if I write this file, it will run MyPy and the test suite. But let's see. I hate using prints, but let's do some quick print debugging here. Send phase. A lot of output. Send phase 5, send val 0, receive val 1. Send phase 6. Yeah, this is out of order. I don't think I'm doing this right. Okay. Signal will be sent through the amplifiers many times. Okay, in the feedback loop mode, the amplifiers need totally different phase settings. Integers from 5 to 9, again used exactly once. That makes it sound like the original code. Don't restart the amplifier controls software on any amplifier during this process. Each one should continue receiving and sending signals until it halts. All signals sent or received will be between pairs of amplifiers except the very first. Start the process, 0 signal is sent exactly once. Eventually the software and the amplifiers will halt after they have processed the final loop. When this happens, the last output from signal from amplifier E is sent to the thrusters. Your job is to find the largest output signal that can be sent to the thrusters using the new settings and feedback loop arrangement. That almost makes me think it's the code that I had originally. Man, this one's gonna suck for anyone who didn't implement the... I guess they could just steal a solution from... Where's the... Here we go. Yeah, I think I still need this. And we don't actually need a cycle at all. Yes, we're still listening to music. I know I'm a little slower today, music. Return n. Oops. We don't ever flip this back on. Yeah, sleepy music. This should be here. Nightmare ret is not defined. Oh, it's a print. But we have like a slightly different result. Mine's bigger than the answer, which is confusing. But this does look like send, receive, send, receive. Weird. I'm just gonna submit this number and see what happens. That's not the right answer if you're stuck. Oh, it usually tells you if it's too high or too low. I must not have been close at all. Let me see what I get for 9876 and why that's different and what we should expect to see there. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5. Is that what it was? Yeah. That program is this one. Annoying that it copied and pasted 2 lines. Parts to t.text. I know how to match braces. It only says if you're high or low if it's been long enough since the puzzle came out. Oh, I didn't know that. Did not know that. Interesting. To prevent people from brute force binary searching things. Yeah, it makes sense. Did it say what number? That's the number that we should have gotten. This is the number that we got. Is this a partial factorial? Is that what this is supposed to be? No. What happens if we square that? Much larger number. Okay. Not what it is. I guess I can figure out what this program does and see what I should expect from it. Oops. I already have t.text. So 3 is the input. This is a add. That's another input. This is another 1, 2, 3, 4. Add or multiply. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an output. And then this is a branch or some sort. And then a halt, and then probably just some data values here. And this is at offset 2. This is at offset 6. Make this 8. Make this 12. Make this 14. Wait, no. No, I fucked up. 2, 6. Plus 2 is 8. Plus 4 is 12. Plus 4 is 16. Plus 2 is 18. Plus 4 is 22. Plus 3 is 25. And then this is at 26. This is 0. So what this does is $26 equals read, and then $26 plus equals, oh wait, this is an immediate. Or wait, no, this is memory address. So 26 plus equals -4. And this is 27 equals read. And this is 27 times equals 2. And then this is 27 equals 27 plus 26. And then output 27. And then 28 minus equals 1. And then 5, what was 5? 5 is if truthy. So if 28 go to 6. So jump to here. Okay, so we read a value, double it, and then add input -4. Okay, so that's what this little program does. But why are we not getting what we want? Okay, so hey, what's up, user335? How's it going? Thank you for the raid. We're struggling with reading right now. That's my problem. We're working on Advent of Code, which is a bunch of code puzzles. I'm doing all right. Hey, what's up, Mr. Noah? Hello, hello. Advent of reading comprehension. That's really what it is. There's a fun joke here in Python. Look, it's a reading comprehension. Okay, bad joke. Okay, but this is the program we have. Let me read this again. I'll just quickly talk you through rewiring the amplifiers in a feedback loop. Most of the amplifiers are connected as they were before. A's output is connected to B's input, however, this output from E only used exactly once. Alright. Take input and produce output many times before halting. Provide each amplifier its phase setting at its first input instruction. All further input and output instructions are for signals. Don't restart the amplifier controller software on any amplifier during this process. Each one should continue receiving and sending signals until it halts. All signals sent or received in this process will be between pairs of amplifiers, except for the very first and the very last signal. Start the process as 0 is sent to A's input exactly once. Eventually, the software on the amplifiers will halt after they have processed the final loop. Oh, the last output signal from amplifier E is sent to the thrusters, so I have to keep track of which amplifier sends it. I think. It's not just the last output? Is that the subtlety that I'm missing? I think that's the subtlety that I'm missing. High and pi like normal. True. Advent of co-ode. Yes. Eric with the boo. Yeah. The bad, real bad joke. I really wish I built this when I thought about it. I always hated word problems in school. Too much thinking. Yeah. So I think the subtlety is that I need the last output from E, not just the last output. Like, I wonder if I run the program, do I see the output that's the right answer? No, because I was just off by... This number is very close to this number. That doesn't sound like it either. Unless I'm supposed to have taken like the output from B up here? Somehow? That might be it. Oh, that sounds complicated. Let's see if we can do that, though. We will need itertools cycle. Doesn't sound right, though. But I mean, the current code is wrong, so clearly I'm having trouble reading it in some way. Have you set E to send to A? I mean, from what I understood, like, unless I'm misunderstanding, like, the way that I understand this problem is that, like, this doesn't actually matter. Like, E sending A, this is just saying, oh, it loops. Okay, I think I know what I'm supposed to do now. So we're going to run each of the programs in concurrently and then ping pong values between them until I think what happens here is we have program 1, program 2, program 3, program E. This one we feed in this case 9 and 0. And we feed in this one 8 and the output of program A. And this one we feed in 7 and then the output of program B, and etc. And when this one outputs, we then switch to executing this one with that input, and then repeat that until the end. Seems so complicated for day 7. Also, I don't know how to run in parallel, is the other thing. I don't think you need to run them in parallel, but step them to when they need to read as breakpoints. Oh, so I could just manually do this? That doesn't sound right. Manually take years, yeah, of course. Oh, I see what's going to happen. This program is going to output a lot of things. Five generators, each is an amplifier. Yielded value is used in the next generator. Yeah, that sounds right. Maybe that would further confuse people who wanted to use threading. Yeah, the problem is my program is not really set up as a generator. But that's not too hard to change. Let's see, generator. We can yield a value here. The output. Generator can be annotated with the generic type int float stir. Okay, stir is the final return value. Int is what we will okay, what is int is the yield type. That is the send type. Okay, so round is an integer here. Even though I think round in Python is... Oh, no, round in Python is integer. Okay, so we have yield type and then receive type. In our case, they're both ints. And we don't have any return type. Try and do that. This will be... Oh wait. We're yielding none there. That's not right. If you're pausing or resuming your VMs, you should retain all the state. Okay, that sounds good. Threading is for suckers, go routines all the way. My hope tonight is that nobody's program is set up as a generator as I start writing a generator. Medium says, I think what I'm hung up on right now is the state maintained for each amp. I should keep track of the index of the last opcode it ran. By the way, stupid question, doesn't Python have switches? No, it doesn't. It does not have switch. The usual suggestion is to use a map of functions or to use if statements. My hope is that I just forced several thousand people to refactor the VM to be concurrent somehow. True. Oh, but I really need... This is the input, so I need to get a value from somewhere. This is really loud. Not really loud, it's just loud in my ear. Oh. It's just seeing that giant elf claws really breaks my heart. Yeah, it's a mess, but it's fine. So I actually need to basically make a coroutine. I need to be able to retrieve a value and send a value. But the thing I'm retrieving a value from needs to be some other function. It's Pythonic, yeah. No, it's ugly, I agree too. But they didn't want to add switch because switch is confusing or something. I don't know. Or I could just do this as threads. Threads is gonna be annoying though. The problem with this is this is going to yield none, which is not what we want. I guess we could just say like that's the signal when it's waiting for a value. Yeah, so then this would be optional int. From typing import optional. And we have a run function, which is just going to give us our generator. So we have this. From typing import home row. From typing import physical escape key. Hey, I got a keyboard here. It's real. It's a real keyboard. Actually, check out my other keyboard, Eric. From typing import switch clause. Yeah. I think I could do this, and that would save this input-output shenanigans here. And saves the complication of doing the initialization reading. It's a little ugly, but I think that'll work. Then we construct all of these. So we will get a value from so the first value we get out should always be none, because that's when it's asking for an input, and then we should send it that input. What is send return? That should be none. Gen.send to. Oh, that gets the value immediately. Okay. grab the next program. This. Oh, and where's the return statement here? So we just want to return there. And so if we get stop iteration, then we're done, I think. Where would we get stop iteration? We would get stop iteration somewhere. I don't know. I'm gonna run this, see what it does, and go from there. What do the buttons do? 0 and 1? Yes, I program a binary. The left button turns the colors on and off, and the right button does play pause. Now we just loop through the 5 amps as generators, right. Yeah, that's kind of what this is doing. So this is getting the next program in the list. So the first time this will get program 1. It will retrieve none from it, which is saying that it's looking for a value. Then it will send a value and retrieve its next value, and then keep doing that. Eventually it will stop iteration, which I don't know which one of these is going to raise stop iteration, but one of them will. Or generator exit. But we'll figure out which one runs that. It's not defined. What my pi has to say. Yield value expected on 68. Argument to next has incompatible type iterator generator optional expected iterator list int. All right. Line 113. Incompatible types in assignment. Value has type optional int. This should be assert as instance int. Okay, MyPy's happy. Tests are failing for reasons. Okay, we're at our exception. That looks like the value that we saw here. Sick! What was the exception that we got? Top iteration. What raised it though? This one, I guess? It could be incidental though that it halted at E. Yes, I agree. I got lucky with this one. I assume the other test case will not be so helpful. Oh, and I got rid of this. Let's try with this case. Oh, copied the multiple lines again. Could be incidental, but it does seem like it works. So let's see if this is the right value. Seems to work out, I guess. Okay. Man, that was not what I expected to have to do. But the refactor actually wasn't so bad. This like yielding none is a little bit weird. But I'm like ping-ponging between the two. But it did work. So the unfortunate thing is I said I was going to implement this in another programming language, but I don't know that I want to write another... I don't know if I want to write another encoding interpreter from scratch again. Also, let's see. Coroutine in Lua. You can extend one of your existing ones. Well, my other existing ones are in C and Rust. We have Lua coroutines. That's the question. There's a we do have yield here. What in the what is going on here? How do we retrieve a value from yield? Oh yes, in my SQLite one. Yeah, there's no fucking way I could do this in SQLite though. If you want to keep using new programming languages, maybe have them all call out to your Python encode VM, but do the puzzle-specific things in a new language. Maybe, but that feels kind of cheating. Yeah, I don't know how I would do the SQLite one. Trying to implement coroutines in SQLite seems like a terrible idea. As much as I tend to hate on JavaScript, I really like the idea of seeing this written in JavaScript as you can assign functions to array values. You can do that in Python also. I'm sure there's a way, not a good way. You're right, Beck. You are right. There a generator in Lua is I guess what I'm asking. This section contains a number of useful generators. I write my own generator, is the question. What is a generator now that I think about it? What would I actually need from this? I would need the state, and the state is just the program and the program counter. And so I could take a function. I mean, this part is hard, or tricky, I guess. Hey, what's up, Raising? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. So I really just need to. I can implement a function like that. I'm leaning very heavily on generators, Python generators in my solution here, so that makes it hard for me to switch it to a different language. What I'm saying. Raising says, have you used CFFI? Yes, once or twice. I find that it's, I don't know, not... I don't really like CFFI. I'd rather just write a C extension myself. It seems it's a lot of work to set up CFFI in my opinion. Also, the like runtime dependency on headers is also strange, and a C compiler. I'd rather not have a runtime dependency on that. I don't know. I guess I could start by trying to do day 5, part 2 in Lua, and then converting it over. Because I said I was going to do Lua. As much as I really don't want to do Lua because it's one indexed, even though I said I was going to do that. In Lua, one might write a more agnostic in-order function as a higher order function. If t for x in order t dot left yield x, yield t dot label. Oh, I see what they're doing here. Just like giving a callback that you run a bunch of times. I miss writing things in Lua. I've never written anything in Lua, which is what I'm going to do. That's the plan, at least. Raising says, can you do a project using CFFI? Actually, I'm new to Python. I mean, no. Let's see. What is the CFFI example I usually look at? This one? This is not the answer that I wanted. This is the package that I'm... What? Is it not with a dash? Oh, that's why. It is on GitHub. GitHub just didn't search it well for me. Oh, because it's a fork. That's why it didn't show up. So this is the basis. Here's the... Here's the fancy part. This file? Yeah, it's this file. So you basically set up an FFI object, you pass it a bunch of C definitions, and that allows you to call C functions. But that's the TLDR. I've written one thing with it, but it was closed source, so now I don't have access to it anymore. Write in an open CI or CL. Who am I kidding? That's Satan's work. VF Davis says, found the ordinal counter. Shmedium says, I got it, man. That feels good. Nice. I'm so confused what's happening here. I don't know what coroutine.wrap does. Presumably it takes something and passes as the first argument here. Raising says, can I access DLL with CFFI as the DLL contains header files? Yes, that's kind of the point. The maintained op index state was what threw me. I thought instructions were maintained between each, but I also thought they just started from the beginning with their modified values each time. Yeah, I completely didn't understand the problem until someone explained it to me. That made way more sense. So it sounds like this would be way easier in JavaScript, which has coroutines or has generators similar to Python. Maybe I won't do Lua today. Do I know Grim? Yes, I do know Grim. He works on Pigeon, which is this thing right here that I use for IRC all the time. Alright, I think we're going to do this one in JavaScript. As much as I said I was going to do Lua today. Just because I think this problem makes more sense in JavaScript than it does in any of the other ones. Actually, let me do my commit first. Part1 old.py. Okay. And safely delete this file. Day 5, part 1, day 5, input.text. Why am I on day 5? That's not what I want. On day 7. That one was way slower than the others for some reason. But this is the fastest one. Day 7, part 1. Now we fight with a type checker. What are you mad about? Argument to run has incompatible type partial t expected callable int. What? Hey, what's up, Mr. AZ? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. So this has to return int, which fixes some of those type errors. I'll have to do today in C# as my alternate language because it's the only other language I've done routines and yields in. Oh. I've kind of wanted to learn how JavaScript generators work, but I assume they're similar to Python. Note, partial t.call has type callable vararg any. So it just doesn't know that my partial, it doesn't know that I'm being clever here, which is fine. Turn next. Are you happy now, Wi-Fi? Mumi Jamala says I didn't even use generators. Oh. Wow, they got it in 11 minutes? That's crazy for both stars. Took me forever to figure out this second part though. Oh, we passed type checking there. Oh, we need to run the thing. One, two, three, four, five. Actually, I probably should have reran this and made sure it still passed. Oh, it did not. It very much did not. Why did it not? Oh no. Still no more Perl. Hey, I did Perl yesterday. This is me. It was bad. It was real bad. I spent a lot of time on a typo. Wait, why is this no longer working? What did I break? Also, do I have the old code that used to work? What did I change? I think I had this. No, I did not have that. Oh no, am I gonna have to watch footage to figure this out? That's so obnoxious. I didn't run get diff at all in here also. Ugh. That's so unfortunate. Alright, well, we'll rewrite part 1 to be not so crappy then. Oh, that's my problem. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, that turns off syntax hiding, apparently. I hit the wrong key combination and it looks like Babby. Oh no, that doesn't look like the same number. 19988. Oh, it is the same number. Okay, I fixed it. I just return the instruction pointer along with the output whenever the amplifier's outputted something. Oh, so that lets you just call back into it. I guess it makes sense. Schmedium says, I just made a list of generators and looped through them until it halted. I also used a global to store input and output from them to grab the modified. Oh, global. Yikes. Just in time for tea. Hey, welcome back, friend. File system snapshots? No, I'm not that clever. Also, they wouldn't have been that timely, probably. Chocolate chip monkey nuts. I don't know what that means. It probably just got me to say something silly. Is what you're going for, I assume. Anyway, this reimplement works. Oh, it's fine. I guess I should retime it because the code's different. This is our fast one. The fast boyo. Okay, that's slightly slower than it was before, it's fine. Oh, I didn't want to do that. No, I did want to do that. Okay, it's fine. Day 07, part 2. This is our fast one. Okay, cool. Finally, oh. No. Day 7, part 2, callable. 9127 is too long. Indeed, you are too long of a line. Justin Timer T says, thanks, nice to see you're streaming. Yeah, I've been streaming every day this week. It's a little weird for me. I'm gonna stream twice tomorrow. It's like it'll be what, 9 streams or 10 streams in 8 days or something like that. Wasn't sure if my first statement would make sense, so I made a second, which definitely did not, so it balanced things out. Nice. It worked to the end. Okay, so we're gonna try and speed port this to JavaScript. I think I'm gonna start by implementing day 5 and then going from there. Well, actually, I guess we would start from day 2. Yeah, so we'll implement day 2, then we'll implement day 5, then we'll implement day 7. I've implemented day 2 like 3 times now, so it shouldn't be so bad. What we're gonna do in JavaScript. We'll start with part 1.js, main function JavaScript. Just like, why doesn't JavaScript need a main function? Okay, it doesn't. Okay. Process args JavaScript. I think it's process.args is my guess, if I remember right. Process.argv, okay. If process.argv.length, actually we'll use strict up here because it's JavaScript time, does not equal 0. Usage. Sorry, it should be does not equal 2. We're not running Perl here. Do I have to do this? I forget. Probably not. That's not what I expected. Oh, Node doesn't do any special transformation. Interesting. Whatever, we'll just change it to 3. Okay, so that's fine. That's what we want. And if we don't pass file name, it errors. Perfect. Except we want that, I guess. Perl, hearing that makes my hands get clammy. Wait, that's the map. Oh. Yikes. Alright. Read a file in JavaScript. Like the FS module. Read a local text file. Probably just use read sync. Read sync JavaScript. Read file sync, this is what we want. I guess I should change the stream info because we're not doing Python anymore. JavaScript. Yeah, JavaScript, let's go. Let's see, what does this do? And the path is a directory. The behavior of read file sync is platform dependent. Huh. What could it possibly do? The encoding option is specified, then the function returns a string, otherwise it returns a buffer. Cool, we will pass an encoding then. Why do you want to use read file sync instead of just read file? Because read file is annoying. Read file returns has a callback which gives you some set of bytes, and so you have to do this like loopy thing until it finishes reading everything. And so I'm just read link. Asynchronously reads the entire contents of a file. The promise is resolved with the contents of the file. Oh, I guess I could do await read file, maybe? That thing. But it does the same thing. Like I would do this. But there's no need to. UTF-8 plus UTF-16 plus byte order marker. No! Which is the default file output for PowerShell. Yikes. Ruins all Python requirements.txt files. I see, it makes sense. You can use async and await probably, yes, but not in the global scope. Yes, I know. I've written a GitHub action which required me to use a lot of async await. Here's my prior JavaScript code where we just write await on every single line. That's how async works, right? Just await everything. Which I guess we could do async function main, and then main. Alright, are you all happy now? Not t.js. Callback must be a function. Wrong. Okay, yeah. This is what I expect. This is not what I want. So we're gonna go back to using sync. Should not take this long to read a damn file. Yay, we can read the file. Link in your chat. there's the link to the GitHub action. I've been looking at GitHub actions for automating RPM packages from Git repos. Oh, interesting. Sounds fun. Yeah, the GitHub action that I linked is for pre-commit, which is the linter code formatter framework GitHooks thing that I created. And this allows it to run in GitHub actions. You just basically copy and paste this, and you're good to go. That sets you up with caching and installing Python and checking out at the right revision, and it's pretty neat. But actually, I have kind of a cool thing to show related to this. It can also push back to your branch, but it really only works with private repositories. We just added this to one of our work repositories, which is pretty cool. See if I can find that pull request and show you guys what it did. Author me closed. This one. Okay, I think I can show this. There's nothing proprietary here. So we have this service called meta service, which for dumb reasons I call it meat service because it sounds funny. But anyway, this is meat service. And I set up a GitHub action here where I just copied and pasted the stuff from the pre-commit action README. And there's a separate option in a private repository where you can pass a GitHub token in here, and you can just use the automatic token here. So what I did in this is I set up the action, then I intentionally introduced white space into this file. And then if we look at the actual pull request, what happened is the action ran on that part here. You can see we ran pre-commit, it was successful, and a side effect of that action was to merge master and push up the fixes automatically. You can see it automatically removed that trailing white space. And so I did nothing. Pre-commit just did it all for me, which is pretty awesome. I'm hoping to get funding at some point and turn this into a bot, because GitHub Actions doesn't let you do this on public repositories. Or I guess it could let you do it on public repositories, but you can't do it without exposing your token. So it's really like a non-starter there. But we'll hopefully write a bot for this eventually that'll just make that work. I should figure out this whole async and await business one day. It's basically a context switching point when you're on an event loop, and it allows the event loop to switch to a different coroutine essentially. Yeah, I think that's the easiest way for me to explain it, I guess. But it works the same in C# and JavaScript and Python, basically. Just in time for T says we use pre-commit too. Awesome. Yeah, well I created it. It's me. I think we use the npm package. Oh, interesting. Kuzma is goat says, are you on the leaderboard? No, not on the leaderboard. I missed leaderboard very quickly, or very, very close on a couple of days. Personal stats. Yeah, so I missed it by like a couple seconds here, and like 15, like I think it's 15 seconds here. I was very close, so I haven't gotten any points, but. Do you do any web development in Python? Not so much anymore. I mostly do infrastructure development nowadays. Okay. Let's see. Is there trim in JavaScript? That's the thing, right? String.prototype. I'm not clicking W3 schools. Fuck you, W3 schools. You are the worst. Okay, yeah, that's what we want. So read.trim. Or is that not how they would do it? Would they do it like this? Maybe like this? I don't know. Dot split on comma. Dot map. We can use our that arrow function. Right, parse int s10. Right? Is that how that works? Sick! Okay, we've successfully read the file. We've gotten the first part of the problem done. What's next in this problem? I actually don't need async anymore, because I don't think we're going to use async at all in this implementation. Okay, what does my part 1 look like? Look, I typed Babby. We have a compute function which takes in the program and let program counter equals 0. Const opcode equals program at the program counter. If opcode equals 99. In this version of the program, we return the first value of it. Oh, we can use switch here. Right, switch. Case 1, prog PC plus 3 equals, actually just copy and paste this line of code. It's exactly the same in JavaScript with a semicolon. Case defaults. Throw. Oh noes. You can throw strings in JavaScript, right? Cool. Bible Fox says JavaScript. How do I unsub? Yeah, I want to unsub from this too. Trust me. I can do throw new error. Seems like both work. This is probably more idiomatic, you're right. You can do whatever, but you shouldn't. It's against spec to throw string, possibly, or linter. It's probably linters, because it seems like it works. But yeah, we'll throw an actual error. Okay, so in day 2, part 1, we set program 1 to 12 and program 2 to 2, and then we run it. And I spell compute properly. Fog is not defined. You are correct. Oh, I know what I forgot. I know what I forgot. Got to increment. We got an oh no's. Or at least most things expect an error. +1 for the error. Nice. -1 for sync. Yeah. I didn't want to actually read a file, so this is fine. I can even define custom errors so I can type guard and check is some such error. Yeah, it makes sense. Which is fun for me for some odd reason. Makes sense. How can you be modifying const prog? That is a good question. This should be let. You're right. But I guess it doesn't actually check. Oh, we forgot to increment. Oh, this is the problem. This should be 4. And those are the same. Cool. Alright, what was part 2 of day 2? We're really going back through this. Part 2 is loop through all of those. Right. Okay. So now we actually use const here. 'Cause I think that's how you copy. I forget. We'll find out in a sec. Prog2 equals verb. If compute prog is equal to some value, I forget what it is. Console.log. Under times noun plus verb. Except instead of console.log, we can just return here. It's an array. You can change the properties of a const, not the const itself. Oh, const just means you can't reseat the reference. That makes sense. I see. Const just means you can't reseat. Yes, yes. Unless you do something crazy like object.freeze. True, true. No formatting womp. Oh yeah, I don't have a formatter. I'm doing it manually. I could probably set one up, I just haven't done it yet. You would expect const to imply immutability, guess not. It's, yeah, it's like in C++, there's const pointer and then pointer to const. And const pointer to const. And so they all have different meanings. It looks like JavaScript only implements const pointer. Oh, I forgot to grab the value from my Python solution. Oh. Oh, you're right, I should set up ESLint or something. Cannot access prog before initialization. Right, should be copy. Cool. Did day 2 in JavaScript again. See JavaScript. Actually, let's add ESLint because why not? How did I set this up here? ESLint dash fix. And we need an ESLint configuration if I recall correctly. Where's the ESLint config? Oh, I must have stuck it in here. Gonna tell me which file I need to add. I know I forgot it. Did I get points today? No, I got real fucked up by part 2. I spent so much time on it because I just completely didn't understand the problem. But then Chad explained it to me, and it was all good. Yeah, I plan to do TypeScript on another day. Maybe I should have done TypeScript for this one. Why does the error message not tell me what the file name is? I wish it just told me what the fucking file name is. ESLint config file name. ESLint.rc.json. Can it be .js so I don't have to use .ESLint.rc. I don't like 2 space tabs, but such is life. We'll add a JSON linter while we're at it too. Unexpected constant condition. How else am I supposed to write an infinite loop? Really? Fine. I don't know why it suggests this style over while true. The esoteric example instead of the slightly more readable in my opinion. But whatever, we'll be a slave to the linter. Yay, ESLint is passing. Why is there a weird new line at the end of the file? Implement day 2 also in JavaScript. Now we'll do day 5. Let's see. Why JavaScript? Because day 7 requires coroutines. It doesn't require coroutines. I implemented it using generators in Python, and I wanted to look at how the generators work in JavaScript. That's my reasoning. Just in Time for Tea says, my journey went something like this. Basic at 9 years old, Visual Basic, Pascal, Delphi, Java for a long time. JavaScript and Python, back to Java, C#, JavaScript, TypeScript, and Go. It's quite a It's quite a lot of languages there. Mine's similar, but not quite as many languages and not as many weird ones, I guess. His Pascal and Delphi are maybe not the weirdest. There's sprinkles of Ruby, Shutters, Perl, Bash, etc., but those were main focus. I see. Mumi says, I've tried 30 plus languages, but I suck at all of them. I've written a bunch of PHP, so I can feel that. You can disable individual rules if you want to break them and not be annoyed by the linter. Yeah, I know. I know. I spend a lot of time playing with linters. Ethan says, aren't we all slaves to a linter? True. Super important on big teams, not so much on smaller projects. Yeah, for sure. We used to have for const of and for each and all and underscore.each and $.each. Yeah. Nice. Finally cleaned them all up. Kudakane says, I used to love Delphi back in the day. I don't know why they make their software so expensive. Still got love for Lazarus, though. I don't know what Lazarus is. Okay, so we did day 2 in JavaScript. Now we're going to do day 5 in JavaScript. Moving ourselves up on the chain. Day 2, part 2. Here. So we'll have this one in Rust, Python, SQLite, and JavaScript. Okay. I keep trying to type Python type annotations here, and they don't work. Const mode equals instruction divided by 10. Oh. Half that floor. Seems hacky. I mean, math that floor would work. Just kind of a little sad that it requires that. Can't you also use unary plus? JavaScript, that's what I want. No. Can't. Right, that just multiplies. Fine. Math that floor, instruction divided by, oh, is there a exponent JavaScript? It's math that pow. Yeah. I'm not desynced, I just knew that before. So as soon as I googled it, I was like, oh, that's a thing. N to the n plus 1. I don't know why there's parentheses around that. Because they're unnecessary. For that mod 10. Case 0. That one's spelled wrong, but it's fine. We'll call it good. Borderland Delphi was my jam back in the AOL days. Oh man, the AOL days. Making them wares. Final Fox says, hopefully I can do some ASC with C++ this weekend. C++ is good. I like C++. For semicolon, that's a giant nit, my friend. I agree, Mindful Fox, I agree. Justin Time for T says, does Lyft have any department for developer tooling, like creating developer tools or plugins IDEs, solution packaging like Make, etc. I know Red Hat, Microsoft, and some big players do, but was curious about Lyft. Yes, in fact, my team is the developer tooling team. I'm the lead on the developer experience team at Lyft. I do a lot of stuff with developer tooling. Our team is kind of split between dev tools and developer environments, where we build, like, we maintain and run the infrastructure that developers use, but we also maintain the tools that they use to interact with stuff. We haven't quite gotten to the point where we have, like, really fancy IDE integrated stuff, but that's because the team is relatively young, and we've been largely in flux with large rewrites on Kubernetes stuff. But we'll get there eventually. Why did I do that out of order? I think I already asked myself that question last time I recorded this when I did it for Rust. Okay, so that is the parameter thing implemented. Then we need these new opcodes. Case 3. Oh, we need to do this too. And get rid of it down here. Oh, wait. Got a callback here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I forgot a break also. This is why I don't like Switch. I always forget the breaks. Gotta pass in function here. And if I remember right, we just did compute prog console.log. Node part1.javascript input.text. Proc is not defined. Okay, that was pretty fast. It should be pretty fast. I've written this damn thing so many times. JS. Where'd it go? Oh, we have 2 copies of it. .j. I meant to do move, but I did copy for whatever reason. Okay, what did part 2 have us do? Add some opcodes, and what was the gimmick? Oh, it was just adding more opcodes. Key. So this hard-coded number changes to 5, and we add more opcodes. Case 5. Let's see. While 8 does not equal D, still my favorite. Do you ever hire remote? Yes, we do have some remote. We do hire remote. Eric says I walk away for an hour and you're re-implementing this in yet another language. Yes, because I didn't want to shell out, Eric. So I'm back to JavaScript. I did day 2, now I'm on day 5, then I'll do day 7. If I had forethought, I would be already implementing this as a generator, but we'll do that when we get to it. Pew T Wheat says, when relocating for a job, do you look for a studio or an apartment with roommates? First off, welcome back to the channel. Haven't seen you in a while. I don't really like living with people, so, well, I do sometimes like living with people. I just have had like some not great living experiences, I guess, with roommates, and so I've decided I'm mostly done with roommates. So when I relocate, I try and get a place by myself. That's just me. Teach their own. Just in time for T says, I'm great where I'm at, but I'd love to work in developer tooling. Been eyeing Red Hat as my next place to work. Nice. I've heard good things about Red Hat. Keep my options open. Pew tweet. I'm married with 3 kids, so we go for houses every time. Just personal preference though. Box says use / and ***, comma Anthony. Yeah, if only I had nice things like that. Roommates you've never met is tough. Everyone I've roomed with I've met except for one guy, and oh man, he was the worst. He would party every night, and he could not hold his liquor. So almost every night he would come home and throw up, and it would just be like, ah, the fucking worst. But fortunately, I only had to deal with that for like 8 months, but it was pretty bad. JavaScript supports those operators? No, it doesn't. It does? How does it not? How does it know this is an operator, not a comment? Oh wait, oh wait, oh wait, oh wait, you're trolling me. I remember this now. This should have been 0. It doesn't have ** though. Oh, it does have ***. Okay, fine. Fine, you got me with ***. That one fine. We'll use ***. Where did I use POW? That doesn't have //. I know that one. Eric says, generator isn't the only solution. Yeah, I imagine. I could also return state. Maybe I'll do this one by returning state and like having a reentrant function that just does it that way. And so that way I'm not just regeneratoring it. Yeah, JavaScript supports //. It definitely does, but it's not what you expect it is. There was a tweet about this recently where someone was like, "Look, guys," or what was, I forget how they did it. Oh, how do they do it? They had like 4 in a row that looked like that made it look like the // operator was proper integer division, but then they showed one more and they're like, what the fuck? Why isn't it working? But it was good. I realize I'm describing a tweet on a Twitch stream. That makes what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? I should also have made sure that I didn't break the code by this refactor, so I should rerun this. That looks right, I think. Yes. One more. Implementing more opcodes. What was 5? 5 is jump if true. And 6 is jump if false. So that's easy to do. Oh, we fucked up. I pressed the up arrow key. So we were talking about all those elifs looking bad, but I think this is actually more lines of code because I have to have the break. So So, grumble, 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 grumble. He stole your shit for meth and alcohol. I knew it! Yeah. ES6 has math.trunc to return the integer of division. How is math.trunc different than floor? About to find out. About to learn something. Or their aliases. There's much more alternative ways to remove the decimals, but it's a choice between readability and speed. Choosing the right one depends on what you need. If you need to remove decimals, always use trunc or bitwise operators. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Like or 0 or 1. Floor, seal, and round are conceptually very different from trunc. Well, if it's positive numbers, it doesn't matter, it looks like. These are the same. I don't care about negatives. Okay. So we can fix that. Cool. Dope. Back to writing more opcodes. And this is the less than one. Hey, what's up, Caitlin's Lob? Caitlin's Slob. Caitlin, welcome to the... Oh, I know who you are. How's it going, Caitlin? I haven't talked to you in forever. How did you even find my Twitch stream? I'm impressed. I assume you found it through Twitter. That would be my guess. But hey! Oh, Austin. Okay. So Austin found it through Twitter and sent it to you. Nice. Oh, man. Caitlin and I used to play Minecraft together way back in the day. That's literally the only way. That's literally the only way that I know Caitlin. Is through Minecraft. I still have that one screenshot. Let me see if I can find that. I showed it on like just the previous stream, I think, even. Oh, where is that? This folder, Minecraft. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here it is. Here it is, Caitlin. Here's the photo. But yes, this is where the magic happens. 2011, yes. Not safe for work. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get banned, guys. We can't play this on Twitch. That's less than... Your stream is gonna get taken down now. Lewd! Shouldn't have shown that. Someone report for the lewd content. Yeah. What is the meme that, like... There's a meme for this, right? No? There's like a copy pasta around, like... I don't know. Maybe I'm making shit up. I know. I was pretty sure there was a meme for that, though. This one is equals. Ooh, triple equals. Right, because we're writing JavaScript. Okay, what was the Oh, there was no gimmick for day 5. It was just run. Unexpected token less than. Which means we're gonna have an unexpected token here as well. What? Oh, I have 7 twice. Oh noes! We have an oh noes error. This should really tell me what's going on. $sign. Oh, that's useful error. Nice fanfic. We want more statically typed languages. True. We gotta get JavaScript out of the way though. 99999 is the program counter. What? That doesn't sound right. Okay, what did I screw up here then? Oh, this should have been a bang. A bang! Python part2.py. Those are the same. Okay, cool. We did day 5 in JavaScript now. JavaScript. Okay, so now we can finally start doing day 7. Chubs to the Max says, you should write in Racketlang next. I actually need to learn a functional language or a scheme-like language at some point, and I haven't done one, so that might be a good choice for me. Hey, what's up, Eltmon? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Day 5, input J, or not input, part1.js to here. And Ape123, thank you as well for the follow. What was the gimmick of today? It was only, what, 2 hours, 2.5 hours ago, and I've already forgotten. That's day 5. That's what I was like, this doesn't look new. The gimmick was the permutations. Oh. They're a built-in thing. Oh, I don't want to npm install something. Spoiler alert. What are we spoiling? What are you spoiling, Mindful Fox? Spoilers to how I do the problem, or? Oh, or spoiler to me, like not knowing things. JK, I'll forget the solution. Oh, you haven't done day 7 yet. Yeah. I see. Spoilers. Oh, you haven't done any of them yet. Oh, well then you won't remember. Be fine. It's not like these int code ones are particularly, like, except for part 2 of today, which completely blew my mind. It's not like the actual VM is that clever for any of these. Sickle Adam says, can't solve number 2. The tests don't pass. Yeah, I had a lot of trouble with part 2 also. But after some hints from chat, you basically the way you have to think about it is you have to run 5 separate implementations of your program, and then pass the values chained through each of them. And yeah, I didn't get that at all. Once I got it, it was reasonably straightforward. I don't know why I'm crinkling trash. It was just on my desk. Now it's actually in the trash. We good. Yeah, so permutations. I guess I could write an algorithm to generate permutations myself. Generator JavaScript. Oh, you put a star in front of it. Okay. Function star permutations. We got an array. How do you generate permutations? It has been a long time since I've needed to do this. Oh, hey, what's up, T-Bot T? Reddit had answers. This has been answered on Stack Overflow. Quite a few points for this question, too. Rust borrow checker. Can I borrow as mutable in array index? The desugared version is slightly different than what you have. This line desugars to this. This results in the same error message where the annotation give a hint as to what's happening. The important difference to the desugared version is the evaluation order. The arguments of a function call are evaluated left to right in the order listed before actually making the function call. In this case, that means that the mutability is evaluated mutably borrowing v. Next, the index should be evaluated, but this is not possible because it's already mutably borrowed. Finally, the compiler shows, oh, interesting. And then this one works because it's a different evaluation order. They're actually functions. Huh. Okay. So the answer is syntax sugar. Cool. Yeah, but thanks for posting that. That's really, really helpful. Does the order matter in the permutations? No. Recursion and backtracking. God, how do you compute permutations? Why is my brain spinning on this? This is like the easiest part of the problem. I guess you would do it recursively. Reduce function, yeah. Hey, what's up? You are source code. I'm source code. Oh no, I have become one with the machine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Just look it up. Yeah, true. Permutations of array. Even do it in JavaScript. Why does that look longer than I expect? A little late, but like to add a slightly more elegant version. Look at how many more upvotes it has. ES6 version does not mutate the original input array. Cool. Sounds good. Why is it called permutator? permuted or... I need this whole thing though. Is this how you're supposed to write functions nowadays? Is that a thing? Shows how recent I've written JavaScript. Are these one space indents? What is this? I'm really struggling with indenting this for some reason. Wait. Oh, this needs one more. Okay. Cool. Copied and pasted. Say copy pasta from these credits, the link here. Cool. Just look it up. This isn't an interview. What if someone is watching? What if you see Mindful Fox? Our source code says, greetings from Spain. Gotta go to work. I'll watch some of your VOD as soon as I can. Keep up the coding. I was watching you while having breakfast. Awesome. Thanks for stopping by. Mindful Fox says, you're hired. Imposter syndrome intensifies. Function currying, I like it. Yes, that is their approach here. Yeah. Oh, that is interesting. Oh, I see what it does. It just like recursively takes a different piece. It's actually how I was thinking I was going to do it, but I just didn't really want to think about it. Someone ask him an interview behavioral question. Tell me about your worst manager experience. Which one? That's not funny. Shouldn't say that. Let outputs equals this. Is there a syntax trigger for each loop in JavaScript? It's like for in. For in loop JavaScript array. Press Control Tab too quickly. Note, for in should not be used to iterate over an array where the index order is important. Hey, what's up, Zayotic? Why use Nano? Are you a noob? Yes, I am. But I'm actually working on my own text editor that will be done eventually. It doesn't do very much right now. This is the color test mode that'll eventually be used for syntax highlighting. This is Babby opening itself. You can edit text, backspace, delete, type stuff, etc. It has an undo and a redo stack, so you can make that happen. You can scroll around. Oops, we put a piece of text in the middle there. Fix that. One thing that we worked on recently is search. So you can search for functions, or search for whatever. It has history in the search, so you can tab through that. And you can reverse search in it too. It can also save. It can open multiple files. So you open multiple files and switch between them. It maintains all the states. So you can see like this has the modified state there and the typed text. You can save out a file, close stuff. Look, it's saved. But anyway, it's my text editor. I've been working on it for a couple months, but eventually I won't use Nano. And don't mind the bot. The bot's just a troll. But anyway, hopefully that answers your question. Oh, we don't have a nice, like, array. Is there a splatting operator for a range? No. Range equivalent JavaScript. I hate it. I hate it. But it works. Also exactly the number that I need to. Oh, gross. Yeah, GNU plus troll aneurysm. True. Super Adam says, when I processed amps for the first loop, they all printed to standard out once. On the second loop, they print to standard out twice. Is that okay? Mine didn't do any printing. Do you mean ran the output thing? I actually don't know because I didn't step through it. I think they should only output once per loop. They should only output once per loop. Because you keep bouncing through each of the amps every time they output. Var, what am I doing? Chups to the max says I++. I prefer plus equals 1. It's an old dumb habit. There was some time might have even been JavaScript where like the performance of plus and plus equals 1 was different enough that a linter suggested to use plus equals 1, and then it's just been a dumb habit since then. Because now I just do it to mess with people. Why are you doing plus equals 1? Why not? It's a bad idea. Yeah. Okay, and then we should be able to run. Oh, right, we needed to change the compute to have a get. Why is this copied from here? Oh, shoot. I copied the I copied the old implementation of this, not the new implementation. Which I think is just more opcodes. So I'd be able to just copy this in here. That's right. ++I could be faster than I++. Yes, because of the copy Mr. Tryharder. But presumably in the modern day, it gets optimized so it doesn't actually matter. Pro tip, V8 reduce and for each are slower than a simple for loop. Yeah, it makes sense because the function call. Although, again, like it wouldn't surprise me that they just get optimized to the same thing. Oh, JavaScript wouldn't use underscores, right? Do I have any other underscores that I need to fix? Nope, seems like those are the only ones. Hey, what's up, Skeith? Skeith028. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Keith says, what are you building? I'm working on Advent of Code, which is a puzzle thing. Hey, what's up, Dungus TV and Zayotic? Thank you both as well for the follow. Seen a few of you in chat. Still dinging away. There we go. Advent of Code is a basically there's 2 new puzzles every day for all of December. Well, not all December until Christmas, and they're timed, and it's kind of like a fun chance to like do some critical thinking and play with some programming languages or whatever. What I'm doing for this Advent of Code is I'm implementing all of them initially in Python and then in some other programming language. And today I've decided to use JavaScript to get it out of the way. Because I plan to do at least one of them in JavaScript, and so might as well do this one in JavaScript. VF Davis says there's nothing stopping you from using underscores in JavaScript, but it's against convention. Yes, I agree. That's why I was like, oh, we're gonna get rid of these JavaScripts. We're gonna get rid of these or 2. We're gonna get rid of the underscores. Oh, there's some like, what is it? See if I can do without looking it up, because I used to know how to do this. So you can do math.min.apply null x. Is that what it is? Why do I still remember that? Math.min.apply null outputs. Zionic says, are you a FS dev? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Full stack. Oh, yes, I guess. Nowadays, I mostly work on infrastructure at work, but I would consider myself a full stack developer. I was once hired as a front end developer. I switched to full stack and have mostly been doing infrastructure for a while. SK says, what language is that on the left? Left is Python, although it's type annotated Python, so it looks a little bit weird. Type annotations are new in Python 3. They're basically just comments, but external tools can validate those. So I run MyPy, which is a Python type checker, which validates all my type annotations. And yeah, the right is JavaScript. I'm mostly straight porting this until I get to part 2, where I'm going to try a different approach. Oh, they use the same variable name. What's the chance of that? Permuted is not defined. Because I wrote permutated. N is not defined. Right, it should be permutation J. Those numbers are very, very different. Under 20 permutations. That sound right? Yes. So what are we doing wrong here? I don't know what's wrong here, so we're gonna put in some tracing code. Produces kind of a lot of output. Let's run it on the smaller test case. See what we get for that. Still should be a lot of output. Actually, it should be the same amount of output, probably. And then we'll put the same logging in the Python solution and then diff the two. That'll work, right? Well, we get off to a bad start pretty quickly, I see. Full stack, as opposed to half stack, yeah. Uh... Oh, this is probably some closure scoping thing, if I had to guess. Or I'm shadowing variables is another possible one. Or my it appears broken. Another option. Guess that's the only difference here. Oh, you know what? The permutations are going to be in different order. So this is not helpful yet. But we do know what the answer was for that one, so we can just send that as the permutation and see if it's the same. We still get different values. That means the VM is different, I guess. But how did I pass day 5? Doing a quick glance over this to see if it looks fine. Good. Good. But yeah, it gets off to a grand different start here. No bueno, indeed, Mindful Fox. No bueno. But I don't actually know what's broken. This is the worst part. ¿Por qué? The playlist is linked in the description below, Keith. Here's the current position of the playlist. Beep boop, I am the robot. We will protect our homeland. True. True. Damn, what even though? It must be inside this function that it's different because... Oh, wait. Okay, it's a very short program, so it shouldn't be so hard to figure out what it's doing. Oh wait, this is the long program. We don't want that. We want t.text probably. That was the short one. Oh, in fact, I had that over there as well. We were not comparing apples to apples. And they are identical. PewTweet says, how are you running that JavaScript in a terminal like that? I have Node.js installed. That's actually set up automatically on my computer. If I can spell. Oh, I fucked up. I wanted -L. Not there, not there. Here. So this is how I automatically set up Node on my computer. There used to be a package called npm, which I used to be installing. I can probably remove this now. Although, I don't know when the last time I updated my living room machine is, so maybe I still need this. But I get it from the node source PPA. It's not really a PPA. I guess it's kind of a PPA. But basically this says, add this to the apt things that I searched for, and this URL provides that, and match the code name that I'm using, so this will be Bionic. And then after that source has been set up, install the Node.js package at the latest version. It's nice and automated. Mindful Fox says, wow, I stopped at Node 8. Well, the last time I used Node, it was 0 version. So I think that was back in the IOJS era. It was like Node 0.11 or something like that. That was when I stopped writing writing a lot of JavaScript. But yeah. Do you have a repo for Node 0.9 too? No. Why which thing? Why would I 0.9, or why did I stop writing JavaScript, or why do I automate setting up my machine? You never used JScript? Now that is weird. JScript actually was pretty nice, and the debugger for it was amazing because you could like drag the insertion or the execution pointer around. Why did I stop writing JavaScript? So I used to write JavaScript when I worked at Yelp. I worked on front-end stuff. And then I transitioned to a full-stack developer because I realized that, like, in order to get front-end work done, I basically needed a back-end developer to do a bunch of work for me. And didn't really have time for that. So I became the back-end developer that I needed to be a front-end developer. And then another engineer on my team and I recognized that Yelp was not going to scale as a development company at the current pace of work that was going into the monolithic Yelp main repository. And so we spun off a team under the guise that we were going to work on web frameworks, which we did. But the real plan for the team was to be a developer productivity team, like build tools and infrastructure to make developers productive. And that team was called WebCore, and then I primarily did infrastructure after that point. And I do infrastructure right now at Lyft. Similar role. But basically when I stopped working on front ends, I stopped writing JavaScript. I do occasionally write JavaScript for like user scripts and other stuff, but it's not part of my day-to-day, not my daily driver. Yeah, shit. that one worked out fine, so it's not that. We can try another one of those programs. This one. Okay, this one was 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sounds the same. UT says, "Isn't that like a software engineering test?" Not really. No, actually not at all. It's mostly like I build, like I maintain operationally, and I work on like all of the tools that developers use to get their jobs done. So like I maintain the like the machines that we run and the software that gets installed on those machines, and like how you spin up services and all that other stuff in the development environments. It's a little bit different than that. BF Davis says, "Meanwhile, simply because I heard the question asked, why did I automate? My answer is, do you know a programmer who doesn't automate? I know a lot of people that don't automate their like machine setup. So like anytime they get a new computer, it's like, oh well, I'm gonna spend a week installing software now." Honestly, for a while, I didn't automate any of my setup either. It was really just like I had a checklist and I followed the checklist. It kind of worked, but after a while, I was like, this is too much pain, so I'm gonna automate it. And then I probably spent more time than I ever saved on automating it, but it was fun, so that's why I did it. Interesting. I like how this showed up in the reverse diff. Mix ugly -2. Thanks, Mindful Fox. Can you tell me what a software engineer in test would do at your job? We don't exactly have that title at Lyft. We do have similar roles in we call it quality engineering and quality assurance to some extent, but the quality engineering is probably closer to SDET, where they are constantly testing the mobile applications to make sure that they're up to spec, so to speak. They're essentially like a mix between manual testing and scripted automated testing. Scripted automated testing run manually, I guess. But I also don't know too much about their org, so I could be completely misrepresenting them. I don't know what's wrong here. That number is way too small. What if it's my fancy min at the end? I doubt it, but let's see. Oh, it must be. Oh, I should have done max. Duh, I'm a fucking idiot. As soon as I was like, oh, I wonder if it's the min problem. Yes, it is, because I want max. And of course, then we get the right value. Okay, that wasn't so bad. I'm just, I'm tired. And I'm making excuses now. Oh, it's midnight. That's why I'm tired. I gotta get up tomorrow and stream. Ah. Okay. That's part one. So now we need to do part two. You can honestly just finish this on tomorrow's stream. That's true, but I kind of want to work on something that's not admin of code, because that's all I've done for the last week. I don't want to work on my text editor. Oh shoot, I was supposed to work on a Flake8 plugin. Oh, I'll have to tell that guy that it's not going to be this weekend. It's not going to be next weekend. Wait. Can it be next weekend? Probably not. Those will be hard admin of code problems by that point. Oh, I've Googled this before. I just returned it as a list. Yeah, that's what I thought. And there's new unpacking. Okay. So, I'm gonna try and get this done. I don't think it's gonna take that long. But it does involve coroutines, so... Well, not coroutines, but something similar to coroutines. But I'm gonna take this same structure and apply that down here. Let's see, permutations in permutations range 510. We need to figure out how to change our cutesy thing to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Murray. Really? Uh-oh, it should be 10. Nope. What is the type of this? Object array iterator. Oh, that's why. So I guess we can do this splat operator. I know it's probably not called that in JavaScript, but that's what I want. Too cute, too clever. Tsuku Adam says, yeah, finally done. It was just pipes after first run. Ah, nice. Michael Fox says, does your EDU account expire? It does not. Where did you see my email address? But no, it doesn't expire, which is actually pretty cool. Or at least they claim that it doesn't expire. We'll see what's up with that. Someone sent me this screenshot. What? Why is that 404 here? I guess I can just drag it over and show you. Someone sent me this screenshot. This is from Yelp Slack. I actually know the context. They didn't tell me the context, but someone else told me the context. They ran into this wiki page of mine somehow. Python Path Sadness. Which, it's a good read if you deal with Python and have fun with that stuff. But it talks about how you shouldn't ever call scripts like this in Python, and how you should always call them like this. and all of the reasons why that can be problematic. But that was what they were replying to, and they're like, amazing. But that's what that's about. That's what I was looking at in my other window. But anyway, we fixed our permutation. We have a new set of programs, which is going to be fun. How many tabs do you have open? All of them. We'll close some. See, the reason I can get away with this, though, is because I have an absurd amount of memory available. So, whatever, I can run Chrome. That's a generous amount just for JavaScript, right? Skeeth says, did you know what Python looks like if it was human? What? I don't know what that means. Steps to the max says 2,3. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. But yes, I am on a virtual machine. This is it's Windows, it's sneaky. But yeah, it's a VM. It's so I can pretend like I'm a cool Linux guru. When really I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. That's not true. I kind of know what I'm doing. Okay, so before I generated all the programs up front. Which I guess I can still do. Yeah, I can still do that. Let's see. Are there list comprehensions in JavaScript finally? Array comprehensions, that sounds good. For x of iterable, x. Oh, for of loop, that's what I was looking for, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. This could be a for of loop. Is it supposed to be let of? Yeah, you can post links, it's fine. It is completely okay to post links, however, I will open them in a new tab before opening them in this tab. Python, my formatting is my syntax. R. Pizza graph. Java. JavaScript, I'm technically functional. HP, can I get you anything, guys? Haskell. Perl. What is Perl supposed to be? Like Mountain Ninja? Oh, I gotta zoom in. Oh, it's a thumbnail, so we can't see the text here. See, if you're not allocating memory, you're not living. C++. If you're not allocating memory, you're not living. Oh, because it's copying. I see. C#, I am nothing like my father. Ruby on Rails. Oh, this is Ruby, this is Rails. I can see that, I can see that. Assembly. Just draw the rest of the fucking owl. Erlang, destroy one of my processes and I will only grow stronger. Go. Little Babby and then Big Google being like, you will be go. Brainfuck. Rust. I'll be designated driver tonight. We know. Don't talk while eating. You could choke and die. Haha. Nice. I like it. I'm now going to click on you, W3 schools. Okay, yeah. You're supposed to put const here. Okay, cool. Or const permutation of permuted. This is what I wanted, but no one told me in chat. Or const n of permutation. Chat's fault, shame on us. That's right, C-Complex. You know what's up. Hey, what's up, Lupus HD? Hello, hello. Difference between let and int. Well, there's no int in JavaScript, so... Oh, let and var. Let is block scoped, and var is hoisted to the beginning of the function. So the new suggestion is to never use var. Always use let. But yeah, before I move on, I want to apply this to part 1. Let me... Okay, it's added before I break it and then be like, oh no, I have to rewrite the code again. Or const permutation of permuted. I can even inline this. It's kind of doing too much on one line though, so we'll leave that out. Const n of permutation n. Cool, that still works. Pewteewheat says, I like it the way it was before. You like the loops instead of for of? I really like for of. I'm gonna keep it this way. Michael Fox says, how's your JavaScript experience so far? It's less painful than it was when I was trying to write the GitHub action. I think this is mostly fine. I'm happy to see that this is a thing now. And I'm hopefully going to be happy once I write my comprehension. Although I find it interesting that they don't put a qualifier on this. I guess it's because it could only be one thing. Wait, seriously? I guess it's not allowed? Ah, it was an experimental thing that they squashed, I guess. Damn. I should have seen the bright red things. Fine, we can use map like good peeps. Install a node module. No, we're not installing shit today. If I have to install something, I've failed. But yeah, I basically need to record program state and be able to call into that. So, don't need this anymore. So, let's see. We want yeah, I think we'll do it like that. So compute is going to return the state, and then I'll be able to call into it and give it back that state. Is the plan. And then we have our infinite loop here. Did you win yet? I did complete this one in Python already. I didn't win anything though. You mean winning in real life? Can you ever win in real life? Everyone's losing IRL. Yeah. Such is life. Cry. I think this is what I want to do. Oh, we need to get the value out somehow. Ooh, this is it's tricky. Maybe it's like this? Uh... But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, in this initial one, run the program until it gets to the first request for a value. So in my code here, it would be at this point where it's requesting a value. And so then it would return the program counter for that. Maybe I shouldn't do it like this. Nikhil says it's wrong. What do you mean, bud? You gotta be more. You gotta be a lot more specific than that. Chups to the max says, "Don't do it." What am I doing? Mindful Fox says, "I hope I become a dog in the next life." What the fuck are you talking about, guys? What am I not doing? Don't write the JavaScript. What the fuck are you saying? I'm so confused. I think it's too late now. Yeah, you're probably right, Nikhil. Probably too late. As Kate says, now I know that the real hackers are far away from the movies. Did you say the magic word, Keith? I think you might have said the magic word. Hacker time. This just makes it really, really hard for me to see. It's fine. We're making it happen. This is hacker mode. I don't have an emote or anything for this yet, but I think the next emote will probably be something related to this. I'm not sure whether I'll do pixel art or just like a cutout or something like that, but I don't know. But we can do a little bit of hacker typer here. Look at me just hacking away the Gibson here, you know, getting those oh look, it even looks like Nano at the bottom. Yeah, look at this sick code, Keith. We're getting it. Almost got it. I'm in. Okay, that's enough of that. Maybe I'll keep the hat on, but I can't see, so I need to be able to see. Yeah, there's no emote for this yet, C Complex. What are you trying to make? I'm working on Advent of Code, which is a code puzzle thing. I'm trying to port my Python code to JavaScript while also thinking about it. Why didn't this do what I expected it to? So it should start with a program counter of 0. And should it start with a number? Did I pass some number into it? I think so. I think I should pass in n to it. That's how we feed data to it. It actually looks exactly like what I just wrote. Why are we back to the same thing? What is const I equals 0? What are you supposed to be, I? You can't be const because I plus equals you later. So that won't work. Oh, you're the index into the programs, I see. What does the underscore mean? This here? I was just trying to discard a variable. I don't know if this actually works. I don't know if this syntax works. But I expect this is going to be a 3-tuple inside this map here. At least that's the plan. Sebastian MTG. Hey, what's up, Taskful? How's it going? Visual Studio for Mac doesn't support C++. Feels bad. That's kind of a weird limitation. Guess you'll have to use Xcode. Get wrecked, nerd. I have a great alternative to that monstrosity that maps array 5 to 2s. Oh, this one over here that didn't actually work. Eval. Oh, that's good. I like it. Ethelbert Yo says maybe array.from array5.map bracket arrow 2. I mean, it might work, but it turns out I didn't actually need that code, so I stopped using it. But good suggestions all around. Okay, so every program that I retrieve off of this should have undefined as this state, because it should be requesting a value. When I feed it a value, it should return me a value. Or do I need to call it once with something? C complex with the clip here.
Look at this sick code, Keith. We're getting it. Almost got it.
Oh, that's good. I like it. Chup says, ew, why? Yeah. Oh, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around exactly how this state is supposed to happen. So let me like step through what I would do here. So we have a hard-coded value here. No, here. And so what we would do yeah, we don't even have these callbacks anymore because we're basically building coroutine now. And we're always feeding a value in. Check if undefined JavaScript. It's like type of equals undefined string. Trip equals undefined. Okay, so I guess what we can do here is if val is undefined, then we can return program counter, and undefined. Otherwise, we do this. Equals val, and then val equals undefined. That's our read. But our write is just returning that value. Return program PC +2 and parameter instruction 1. I think that's how this will work. So let's see. First time we call this, we should get to here. Value will not be undefined, so we'll run this. Then we'll continue, we'll get to this reading portion, and so we'll return program PC and undefined for each of these programs here. Then when we jump into here, we have program PC and undefined, which is good. Then we pass val in, so it should run this code and then continue until it outputs. And then we get these values here, and then we should stick those directly back into the array. Do we actually care about val being part of this? That velocity pog. iPod K says, why don't you just type 1 and 0 rows? You mean just like sit here and like massively type out 1s and 0s and occasionally a 9? And a minus sign? Am I the elite hacker now? Thanks, much better. You just wanted to hear that ASMR, right? That's some good typing, guys. Is that real good? Is that the way you like it, iPod K? Yeah. Man, this stream gets weird at night. You're pressing all the right buttons. Too many 1010, 0000, 111 are better. That is pretty good. It's some pretty good sounds there. But yeah, okay, that's enough of that. Fucking weirdos. This one's for all the neckbeards out there. Your keyboard switches could use some extra clickiness. These are intentionally quiet switches. These are cherry clears, so that they don't make loud noises. Although I do have some switches. Oh, okay. We can get some real ASMR going here. I have some clicky switches. You guys ready for this? It's gonna be so good. These are the clickiest switches you can get. And you get my fingers doing weird stuff too. Are those good? Do you like those? Now you're speaking my language. I forgot I had these. So when I built this keyboard, this one here, I guess I can show it on camera on the recording so anyone else can see it. When I built this keyboard, I bought a whole bunch of switches for it, which is silly because it only has 2 keys. So why do I need all these switches? But I want to try out a couple of different kinds. I don't remember what these are called, but this is what they look like. They're, I don't know, they're dark blue. dark blue of you. Never been alone in a crowded room while I'm here with you. It's like the only song by that artist. What is the artist? Get dark blue lyrics. Jack's Mannequin. Oh, they have some other songs. Okay, maybe I'm not right. It's the only song that I remember off the top of my head, though. Okay. What are we doing? So I realized that I never actually used this value out of progs here. Oh, we need to know whether it halted. Yeah, we need to know whether it halted. We can add another parameter here, I guess. And then for this, we need return this, and then we can say let halted equals false while not halted. Something like that. Hey, what's up, JGeoThurgo? JGeoThurgo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Nikhil, thank you as well for the follow. How do you remember which key is 0 and which key is 1? I can make fingers doing weird stuff too. That's what she said. True. If I have a binary code editor and a 2-key keyboard, how do I delete stuff and line break and shit? You don't need to line break and shit. You just make it happen, man. Just 1s and 0s. QT Wheat says I like the blue switches. I like those switches too. They're kind of nice. Write a program that deletes it. Yeah. Imagine an entire IDE for binary code. That would be nuts. Obviously, pressing both keys simultaneously would be backspace. A long press would be a space. Oh, I get it, chat. Do you know why array5.map_to2 does not work? It's because the array needs to have some initial value for the map to work, as map functions perform callbacks on the elements. Yeah. Base is 001, 000. Yeah, because it's 20. Keith asks, is anyone using Kali or Parrot OS? Which one do you recommend? I've heard nice things about Kali, but I'm only a fake hacker. I only play one on TV. I think this is gonna do the wrong thing, but we'll try it and see what happens. That is not how you do a destructured assignment. Structuring assignment is a cool feature that came along with ES6. Dumb start to an article. Oh, it's just with square brackets. And I guess you just don't do this, you just put 2 commas here. That looks dumb. How do they do it? Up here. Dumb. Oh, did I delete my... I did, I deleted my fancy line. Dang it. Where was that? In part 1? Muted. Dot slice 5. So gross. In callback is not a function. What file did I edit? Oh, I did part1.js again. Ugh. Let's see, how do I do this? Guess I can just manually do it. There's a clever way with git diff, but I'm not in the mood to figure that out. Hey, what's up, Cisco123? Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Cool feature that came along with Windows Vista and Internet Explorer 6. Yeah. True. Return prog PC plus 2 parameter inster 1 false. Hey, what's up, Justin from afar? Justin from afar. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Uptime. Oh man, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Yeah, shit. Real long time. Okay. Let's see what this does now. Oh noes! Oh, we hit the oh noes. I bet it's undefined. That'd be my guess. What? Yes, seems undefined. The break after the return. Yeah. To be fair, it's a switch, so it is a little bit weird. I at least did it right up here. Cisco123 says, what do you write? Well, usually what I work on is a bunch of Python stuff. So I usually work on code formatters, code linters, testing tools, other stuff like that. Some of the stuff that I maintain is Precommit, which I created. It's a linter code formatter framework thing. The basic idea behind it is you configure a small file with some dependencies to install and some tools to run, and it manages installing those and running those and fixing your files for you. And it also integrates with Git hooks, which is pretty nice. I'm also a maintainer of one of the maintainers of PyTest, which pytest.org is probably the better website, which is the testing library that pretty much everyone uses in Python. I'm also one of the maintainers of Tox, which is a tool that gets used a lot in Python as well. It's basically a like makefile replacement kind of thing, but it does some smart stuff with virtual environments. I'm also the current primary maintainer of Flake 8, which is another linter framework for Python. That kind of gives you an idea of some of the stuff that I work on. Oh shit, we've got a raid. Damn. Hey, what's up, Bun? How's it going? Ninja Bunny 9000 is raiding with 66. That's so many people. What are you all gonna watch me do? Oh man, I raided Ninja Bunny yesterday, and her oh my god, her like raid thing, which mine doesn't. Oh, a double raid. Oh my goodness. My raid notification is currently broken, which is why I didn't get anything at all. But I need to fix that. But her raid notification is fucking wild. I just had like no idea what was going on. My mind was completely blown. But yeah, thank you all for the raid. I'm in the middle of what am I doing? I'm porting my JavaScript solution to day 7, or my Python solution to day 7 to JavaScript. JavaScript is my second language today for Advent of Code, so that's what I'm working on right now. But thank you all for the raid. I was also just explaining what I usually work on when I stream normally, and I'm not working on Advent of Code, so I was going through some of my projects. Mindful Fox says we're being hacked. Yeah, we're gonna have to counter hack, right? We'll get in here and counter hack. I've got the protective glasses on. We're good. We're ready. It's also now really hard for me to read chat, but that's all good. But thank you both for the raid. That's really awesome. Hey, what's up, Fuzzy McFuzz? And I don't know if I said DES, if I forgot. Well, thank you both for the follow, and welcome to the stream. And for Squirtle, I love Pokemon, so it's a good name. I approve. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon myself, so that's my jam. Pretty good. And Jigo Kuniku, thank you as well for the follow. See, I really have to like lean in and see the names because they're really hard to see. And .commie, thank you for the follow. .commie, that's a clever one. I like it. Punny as well. Hey, you nailed it. I got your name right. GG me. And Arrow Mike 89, thank you as well for the follow. Emmy Flake says Flake 8. I'm Flake 1. You are Flake 1, Emmy. GG on that one. The whole world will see your beautiful JavaScript hacks. Oh, my JavaScript hacks are awful. You guys do not want to see this. I'm currently getting a program counter of undefined, which is pretty awesome. Which, actually, I think I know how to fix that now that I think about it. Wait, we can get to that after I catch up on chat. Hacker glasses, 100% hack protection. Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready. Tabsar. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to pronounce that one. What do you think about this GitHub link? Stev/hat.sh. Encrypt and decrypt files in your browser. Secure, fast client-side file encryption using the Web Crypto AI. I haven't heard about the Web Crypto AI. So I don't know. I don't really have opinions on it because I haven't played with it before. I'm actually not much of a JavaScript developer myself. Most of the reason that I wanted to write this one in JavaScript was I haven't written much JavaScript in a while, so it's my excuse to like learn some more. But I think what I actually want here is if halted break, and this to instead. So ugly though. just random break in the middle of the loop. It's all good. Oh, I forgot to reset the state back into the programs. That's part of the problem. We're still getting program counter of undefined. Stillboy says, looks like a fine library. Oh, of hat.sh. Do you have an Advent leaderboard? I do. There's not too many people on it. Let me grab it from my Discord. Ninja Bunny says, gonna lurk while I wound down for the night. Well, thank you for stopping by. Happy to have you. Thank you again for the raid. And lurking is completely good with me. Where is that link? In the pins, here is the leaderboard for me. Thank you, Stovoy, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let me see. I can open it up and show you what we've got. If I remember right, there's not too many people in my leaderboard. Private leaderboard view. Oh, Stovoy, you decided to jump in and beat me by 1 point. 1 point. But yeah, good job. I've been pretty fast except for part 2 today, where I completely had no idea what I was doing. Pog's I equals Pogger's Pog. Val halted. Nice. Yeah, by 1 point. Have you gotten points on any of the days overall? Were you ever top 100? Today was the only one I got top 100. Oh, nice. Congrats. Answered that right off the bat. It's pretty dope. I haven't gotten any points yet. I've been pretty close. Personal stats. Hey, what's up, Crestbill? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I was 15 seconds off on this one from getting points. And I was, I think, like 10 seconds off on this one from getting points. And then similar for this one. But like, so close, but no points. My goal is to get points once. I just want points once. Just once. That's all I ask. I just want some points. But haven't gotten points, so what are you gonna do, I guess? But I have gotten some meme solutions. Do you guys want to see my crazy, ridiculous, terrible solutions? Get good, yeah. Okay, so I have been trying to implement each advent of code. Well, I do all of them in Python to try and get points, and then I do it in a different language every day. I'm not going to scroll down and spoil it. Well, you might be able to see it from the code messages. Day 1 was not that memey. I did it in C++, and actually it was very, very straightforward. Day 2, I decided to do in C, which, pay no attention to that. I decided to do in C, which actually wasn't that bad, but I had to write my own vector, so like, this is me implementing a variable size vector, which isn't that impressive, but it was just like, oh, this is kind of difficult. I forgot how hard writing C from scratch with no libraries is. Day 3, I decided to write in Bash without using core utils, just pure Bash, and so I had to read a file. Reading a file actually wasn't that hard, but doing the parsing was a little bit tricky. And so this is my Bash solution, which is pretty special, but it works. Pay no attention to this hard-coded number. I didn't want to like use special stuff. Yeah, Stillby says very nice use of Bash associative arrays. I feel like this is kind of cheating because it requires Bash 4 and like won't run on Mac OS or whatever, but Nikhil says, "Bang job. I work at Lyft as a software developer on the developer experience team." S. Keith says, "Oh my god, how many languages do you know?" I know quite a few. I gotta take these off because I just can't see. Oh, it's so bright now. Yeah, but Mac is stinky. I agree. Yeah, so I did day 3 in Bash. Day 4, I was drunk, so I did it in Python and Java. And we'll pay no attention to that. We'll go back to that in a second. And then on day 5, I did Rust just to do it. But I had some extra time, and I was on a run the day before, and I was like, day 4 was really, really easy. I bet I could do it in SQLite. And so I implemented day 4 in SQLite, and let me walk you through exactly how this works, because it's pretty special. And I tried to be as honest to the input and output format, so I only ever take input as strings here. And so the way this works is this is the puzzle input, so it's just a string in a table, one row in that table. The first thing that we do is split this to get the 2 integers out of it. So we create another table that has a start and an end. This actually isn't necessary, and I found a way in one of the other puzzles that I did to avoid this first table and inline it later on. But yes, I did put this on Reddit, so you may have already seen it on Reddit. Spoilers. But then the next part, and this is the actual clever part of this problem, is to use a recursive union, which I think this might just be a feature in SQLite, but there's equivalent features in other database engines. But basically the way it works is you make I made a table where I'm going to store all of the integers between this, basically in this range here. And then you use this with recursive, and you set a base case. So my base case is selecting just the start integer, so just this number here. Then you do this union, and this allows you to do the recursive union. And so what this does is it allows you to select a value from your recursive table, which you defined up here, recursive temporary table. And then this is your terminating case, and so this just essentially just loops until it populates this whole table. And so what this chunk of code here does is it populates all the integers in this range. And then the final part is the kind of the easy part, the more vanilla SQL part, where you'll just count all of the integers that satisfy the constraints. And the constraints are their length of 6, they have some repeating, or they have exactly 2 of some repeating digit, but not 3. So this OR statement satisfies that. And then this is the sorted constraint, saying that all of the digits are non-decreasing. So that's day 4 in SQLite. It works for base 10, now do base 64. Yeah, you'd have to write a lot more lines than this. SQLite doesn't have a very powerful regex engine, so I don't think it would be able to handle it with regex either. So, but at least there's a pretty obvious extension from this, so it's not terrible, but it works. But I didn't think that was enough, so I decided to go back and try and implement an int code executor in SQLite. And so I did that today, but that was off stream. I was just I had 15 minutes at work while I was waiting for something to compile, so I hacked on it a little bit. But it's the same idea as the other one. So we create just an input table that just has the string of the input. This is the day 2 int code problem. No, I can't scroll. There we go. So yeah, this one's a little bit longer than day whatever. But so we insert this, and then this part is actually the parsing of the input, and it's kind of clever what's going on here. At least I think it's kind of clever. It took me a long time to think about how to do this, but again, we have this recursive table thing. This is our base case, this is our update, and this is our condition. The base case here, we record a row ID. So SQLite has a built-in row ID, but it starts at 1, and I didn't want to have to -1 all over the place, so I made sure to just initialize that at 0. So that's what that's doing here. And then this is, I'm using a substring to the first comma. So this is what's being captured by this base case here. And then this last column is just my accumulator. So it's everything else in this string. And each iteration basically chomps off another section of this string until the remaining string is empty. So like in this smaller case, we grab this and then this. And then we grab this and then this. And then we grab this and then this. And we grab this and then this. And then finally we just grab this integer. These two case statements here, which are actually the same, are checking for that last case where we don't have an extra comma at the end. So we have to like special case and terminate there. But that's the program parsing part. So that's only one of the tricky tricks in this. The second tricky trick is to use is to have a program counter. This is basically how you interpret the program. You run a program counter, you pull out the opcode and look at the parameters to it. Oh, and this is my harder to read solution. Let me look at day 5. We have the full program. But the top part is still the same, so now it's just a little bit different. We have an output table that changes here. I created this table to make it more readable. It isn't necessary as far as I can tell. But anyway, we create a table for the program counter, and then we create a trigger that happens when an update occurs on the program counter. And the last side effect of this trigger is to trigger another update. So this also triggers an update on the program counter table, and then it'll basically just loop on that trigger recursively until it hits this termination condition. And this termination condition is when it hits the halt opcode. And so that allows it to just like keep churning through the numbers and eventually compute all of the int code opcodes. But yeah, inside I set up some variables. This is just to make the codes shorter. We grab the opcode by modding out the bottom 2 digits. We implement the parameter lookup. I just always looked up all the parameters all the time. It turns out in SQLite, if there's an error in any of these statements here, it just returns null. So it's like completely okay to just grab parameters even if you're not going to use them. So I grab out param1 and param2, even though most of the opcodes don't actually use param2, but that's fine. This is implementing the 2 modes. So we're basically grabbing 1 digit of the instruction here. So this is the 3rd digit over, and this is the 4th digit over. And when it's 0, we do the double dereference here. So we grab from prog twice. Otherwise, we're getting the immediate value, so we only grab from prog once. And this is copy paste of that, but added a 0 here and changed the 1 to a 2 here and here. And then each of the opcodes are implemented basically the same. They run an update on the program table, and they set the value of whatever cell, and they pick the row ID based on the target, which is just again selected from prog. So it's a little bit circular here, and it's a little bit hard to follow, but this is the basic structure for updating. And then you also put the particular opcode is equal to 1. So this allows me to only run this update if it's an add, and like only run this update if it's a multiply. And so most of those are all implemented the same. When we actually read from set the input value, this one was I'm losing my voice. No. We're fine, right? Okay, we're good. This was just setting a constant. This was the output. This is where I insert into an output table, and I just select star from that at the end. So I don't print immediately, but it prints at the end, so it's good enough, I guess. And then less than or equal to, and finally the jumps are implemented inside this program counter update. And that's it. Yeah, oh, and then finally to trigger the code, you insert some dummy value and then update it to something, and this update is what triggers the cascade. But yes, it is insane, Nikhil. This is fucking wild. But I did it entirely for the memes. That's why I did it. Somebody says very impressive to write an interpreter in SQLite. Yeah, I mean some other people were doing Excel, so I felt like SQLite was crazy enough to do, so I did that. iPod K says, I like what you're doing, but can I ask why? Skeeth also asks, damn, you're a monster. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Do Prolog, Lisp, and Haskell. I gotta take my hat off, it's too hot. You guys can see my actual hair. But that was all part of the hacker spiel. But the kicker for this, and the worst part about this thing, day 5. If we time this solution, I'll just do part 1 because that's the faster one. If we time this solution, let me get like a good random one. The best of 5, we got 35 milliseconds. If we run my Python solution, my Python solution is slower than my SQLite solution. Although this one was slightly faster, but it's pretty sad when SQLite is as fast as Python. But most of the time in the Python solution is spent in interpreter startup. Like we do time Python, devnull, like I don't know, almost 20 milliseconds is spent just spinning up the interpreter. And I'm sure a big chunk of this is actually spent in IO, not actually in computation. But anyway, those are my meme solutions. Day 6, what did I do day 6 in? I did day 6 in Perl, mostly because I had never written much Perl. I'd written like one-liners in Perl, but this was a struggle. Oh, this looks way simpler than the amount of pain I went through. Maybe part 2 is more complicated? Yeah, part 2 is more complicated. But I spent like 30 minutes on a typo on this line. So, it was a mess. Die Vegan Worst says, in the Rights Code, what are you working on? And then a dot range emoji. I'm working on admin of code. I'm currently trying to port my... Honestly, it's 1 in the morning, so I'm probably not going to be working on it for much longer. But I'm trying to port my day 7 Python solution to JavaScript and do it without using generators. I think generators are a little bit cheating in this problem. Yeah. Yes, that is the thing that I am working on. Oh, I see what I have to do. If we halt here, we also have to exit quickly. Oh, and we also have to do I mod equals logs.length. This allows us to cycle through all of those. I'm hoping this is right now so that I can go to bed because I am exhausted. Oh, it's not right. Very much not right. I can probably do this with the smaller problems, right? There were examples. So that's not a key combination. That still crashes. So we can put some debugging in that. It fails at I of 0? Well, that's not at all what I expected. Is this a work in progress? Are you in San Francisco? I live in San Mateo. But I work in San Francisco. I work at Lyft. Is this Whim? You mean Whim? It is Whim. This is JavaScript. Oh, this is Patrick. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yes, don't worry. You know what's up. Do you mean Vim? No, this is Nano. This is the worst, literally the worst text editor ever. Yeah. But actually, on that subject, I'm actually working on running my own text editor right now. It's called Babby. It's a typo of Nano. It's a little bit wild. No, it's not written in SQLite. That would be next level. This is the color test mode that'll eventually be used for syntax highlighting, but syntax highlighting is not implemented yet. But it is a text editor. You can edit text in it and like type and stuff, and it mostly works. It also has undo and redo, so you can undo and redo stuff. The feature that I worked on most recently is search, so you can like search for stuff in it, and it has search history too, so you can look through the history and arrow through it. You can also use reverse search with Control R to find previous searches. That's what I spent the last like 3 streams that I actually worked on it on. What else? It can open multiple files, and it maintains state between them, so you can switch between files. It can save, so it is actually a true text editor. And so if we close out of these and cap the file, we see that it's saved there. What else is there in features? Oh, you can jump to a line, so if you jump to line 123, that's line 123. If you jump to like very, very large number, it goes to the bottom of the file. If you jump to a negative number, it counts from the bottom of the file. And if you go to a negative, very, very large number, it goes to the beginning of the file. Line 1 and line 0 are both the top. But like there's all sorts of crazy edge cases. Stovi says, what is it written in? It's written in Python, yes. Actually, I think the most impressive part of this project is not actually the text editor itself, it's the test suite that comes with it. Babby actually has 100% test coverage right now. And the way the test suite works is actually kind of amazing. Where's like an example test? Sure, here's an example test. Basically, it spins up a copy of the editor, and you can interact with it by sending keys and stuff to it. In this case, it presses Control J, which is not bound to anything, so it just runs Babby, then it does Control J, waits for this text to appear. This is kind of debug. We'll eventually get better than that. And then it presses left 24 times. And then it presses left one more time. It makes sure that this text is still there. I must not have counted right. Anyway, I didn't count right, but then eventually it makes it missing. But the way it works is it actually spins up a tmux server in the background and then interacts with that. So you can do like tmux send keys Babby, tmux send keys enter, tmux send keys Control J, and then etc, etc. But basically it interacts with that and scrapes the screen and can do assertions based on that. But yeah, that's my text editor. Eventually, once it has syntax highlighting and other nice things, I will stop using Nano and start using Babby instead. But until then, it's mostly just a toy project that does some cool stuff. Eventually. Okay, so we need to figure out why we're getting program counter of undefined here. When should be 0. Unless somehow we're assigning it to just garbage there. I can't even count to 24. Yeah, you got me, C-Complex. Oh, you got one of the good holiday emotes. Nice. Is it hard to make a simple text editor? Well, Babby is about 1,000 lines of code right now. And there's a lot of like very, very tricky parts about it. But I don't think it's hard to make a very simple one. Like the original version of it was 200 lines of code that could render text. Couldn't really edit it. Boolin says that keyboard is so satisfying. What keyword is it? We actually have a command for that. We have keyboard and keyboard 2. Yeah, the first one is the code 87 key, and this is my other keyboard. This is the 0 and this is the 1. No, I actually have like a dumb reason for this keyboard. At work I run a MacBook, but I dual boot Linux, and I connect 2 monitors to it. And for whatever reason, and I haven't debugged it at all, it was cheaper for me to just like not deal with it. But whenever I have 2 monitors plugged in, all 3 of the screens go black unless I close the lid of the laptop. And I play music on my laptop, and I frequently press, like the only key that I really used on my laptop was the play and pause key, to like quickly tap it, and then I could take my headphones off and talk to somebody. But with the lid closed, I didn't have a hotkey to play and pause, so I wanted a macro keyboard that literally the only macro key I cared about was play and pause. So that's what this button does. It plays and pauses my music, and this button turns the lights on and off. But that's that keyboard. Did I copy this? Yeah, I think I did. But anyway, those are my keyboards. Oh, I feel like I'm so close to getting this, but also so far away. I'm so tired. How is the program counter becoming undefined is what's really confusing me. Where can I buy the second keyboard? Asking for a friend. Let me see. It's a kit. Let me see where I got it from. I know I talked about this with my friend in Slack. Oh, I'm never gonna be able to find this. I have like a million messages with this individual. Oh, here we go. There it is. I wanted a keyboard that had a single key. Is this something I could buy or build it? Google is not helpful. No, that's the big switch. My message in this chat says, "This is starting to look like a really expensive, dumb party trick that I'm trying to pull off." Oh, this is not a thing anymore. No, that's 6 macro keys. Damn. What was it called? Doesn't even say on here either. 2-key macro keyboard. Oh, this sounds familiar. Yeah, this is the board. XD is 002. This is the board. But I got it with the red case. Yeah, so this is it. I found it. Found it, guys. But yeah, it comes as a kit. and you basically just buy like standard switches and caps for it, and no solder required. It's entirely solderless, but bought a bunch of nice clicky switches. I figured like at work you can't really have a loud mechanical keyboard, but I was like, you know, it's only 2 keys and I rarely press it, so we can go with the loudest, clickiest switches that are possible. But yeah, that's my 2 key. But it's it's pretty funny. Also, it comes with software to mod it. I haven't modded mine. I just changed the key that it does. But it works well. It even works on Linux. Which makes sense. It's just a keyboard driver. That's not right. Get blue switches and assert your dominance over your coworkers. Yeah, that's right, Lumashi. That's the dominant strategy. Just piss everyone off. Why did it log it like this? Can I do this? Is that a thing? Oh yeah, that makes way more sense. Also because there's software to mod it scrolls past GIF with Chinese coding. Yeah. One of my coworkers has blue switches. I can tell whenever he's coding. Oh man. What a dick. Am I clobbering Val somewhere? Like, this seems weird. Maybe that's what it is? Frog, PC, halted. Wait, how did we get... We got a Val here. We shouldn't have gotten Val here. Oh, that seems wrong. That seems very wrong. Tell your boss we can track that guy's activity by measuring the decibels in the room. Yeah. That'd be nuts. Be wild. Oh. I forgot this one. I copied the code over. Still don't get any further though. Oh, but at least this is undefined now. So that's good. I hate print debugging. It's so crappy. Hey, what's up, iPod K? I thought you already followed. Did you follow again? You just trying to get a notification in there? Oh no, you didn't follow before. Well, thank you for the follow, friend. This is a long stream. Hey, what's up, Hayden? Hayden Prime. Haven't seen you in a while. Despite streaming every day. What? Print debugging is all I ever do. That's how I get paid. I like to use debuggers. I'm a debugger person. So this is kind of what we expect here. We run this a bunch of times before that. I guess I can run my Python solution, although the execution is going to be in a different order, slightly. Oh, we don't want part 1. Yeah, we do. Right? Oh, we're gonna part 2. Right, the output's gonna be hilariously long. Forgot about that. Whoa, we immediately get to program counter if undefined and opcode if not a number. How's that even possible? Like what? Oh. Damn, if that's gonna be it. Nope, we're still broken. But at least that should be fixed. You haven't seen me in a while because your streams are always like 3 a.m. my time when I've passed out waiting for them. I see. Pack says, that being said, the new MacBook Pro keys sound like a walking steampunk spider. Also, first time catching the stream live from Australia. Live from Australia! Nice. Yeah, I guess the time is a little bit weird for you friendos over there. But thanks for stopping by. It's 1:30 in the morning for me. I'm exhausted and definitely losing steam on what's going on here. Oh, this is the old code. Me. Duh. God damn it. That was for my old approach. I should turn off the prints so that it finishes. Not a number. You did good. Solid. Not a number. Great. It sucks. I can only ever get 2 stars in admin and code stuff. At least you do them. That's like kind of the point. Hey, what's up, Parsit? How's it going? What is this link? What is this link? It didn't load. Rip. Ripperoni. Bruh, I've lost all steam on number 3. Number 3 was ridiculously long, 100+ lines. It was 3. I thought 3 wasn't that hard. Maybe I'm misremembering. What was day 3? Oh, mine was slow, and then it was still slow, even after I tried to optimize it. Mine ended up being 190 lines, but if you subtract out... I have 2 implementations in here. If you subtract out 94 lines of that, so my total lines is like 90, and some of it is my tests. Realistically, this is my solution here. This code from here up. Oh, 50 lines? Not terrible. It wasn't hard, it was long. I see. Hey guys, I think Val might be undefined. Just maybe. Might just maybe be undefined. Why are you undefined? That why you're undefined? Are those the same number? Oh my god, they're the same number. Are these gonna be the same number? Oh, praise be. I did it without generators. I can finally sleep. GG! Alright. Do I want to make this code suck less? Is the question. Is there a way I can make this code suck less? Generators in JavaScript. Yeah, I wanted to do without generators. Was my goal. And I did it without generators. I just maintain all the state and then repopulate the state. My Python solution uses generators and basically uses none as a sigil to communicate back and forth between these two. It's a coroutine that does these things. Fallen Apart, which is a great All-American Rejects song, by the way, says, what are you building? I'm working on Advent of Code. Well, now I'm not anymore because I finished my JavaScript solution. But what I've been doing is doing my primary solutions in Python to try and get points, and I haven't really gotten any points yet, but maybe tomorrow I'll get points. And then implementing them in a second language just to either be more familiar with it or do it for memes in some cases, or just to try something new, basically. Give points, right? Right, Ireland of Endor? If only. But, yeah. That's, I think that's gonna wrap it up for today. I think this is not possible. I think I can kill that code. Yeah. That can go away. I don't know that there's anything else I can prove here. But Ireland of Endor says, hey guys, points mean everything. Oh, your Twitch staff. Oh, is that what those fancy badges are? Damn, I didn't even see those badges. Nice. Verified and staff. Super fancy. Do you really wear purple at work? Sometimes. Which office do you work in, Ireland of Endor? Are you in San Francisco? Nice. I actually interviewed at Twitch 2 years ago. When was that? I have it in my email. Let's see. Twitch. August 30th, 2017 is when this offer is from. Yeah. But I ended up not working there. I work at Lyft in also in San Francisco. But I was not quite as excited about the whole Amazon stuff, but yeah, it's just me. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm about to wind down actually, so we'll do my little spiel and then send you guys off to another channel. Actually, let me do my git commits first because that's important. Day 7, JavaScript. Move function declaration to program root. No inner declarations. I'm confused. Hey, what's up, Ireland Vendor? Thank you for the follow. People generally don't need to deal with any Amazon stuff outside of finance/HR. That's fair, yeah. And Fallen Apart, thank you as well for the follow. What is it trying to get me to do here? What does it want here? I guess I can change this to the fat arrow function. Is that how that works? I don't know. I don't write JavaScript all that often. Let's see. Yes. Get rid of this one. Cool. Can do that one as well. I don't think that's what the linter wanted me to do, but it does work, so YOLO. Actually, make sure it still works. Refactor and break the code, right? I should have done that before doing git add. Because now I'm going to be real sad if I have to re-implement that code. Input.text. That looks familiar. Yeah, okay, good. Hayden says, "Are you gonna do the stream tomorrow/later?" Yes, I will tell you guys about that in just a little bit, actually. But at least with AWS, you get nice info. That's true. That's true. Fallen Apart says, "Wow, that typing speed is real." Yes, I do type pretty fast. Parsa says, "What have you done, Anthony? Anthony. It wants the get input functions to not be inside that for loop." Oh, I see. So it would access the closure. I guess it would still work. It just like is out of order, I guess. It says, if I were you, I'd put brackets around the assignment there. Which assignment? You mean, oh, in the REPL over here? Just like parentheses? British brackets? I was gonna say commit without testing. I at least ran it. Oh, around the assignment. Oh, I see. So like this. Node, part 1. Of course, parentheses shouldn't change this at all, but I want to just make sure. that's the right number. Ireland Vendor says, do you have a leaderboard going on over at Lyft? Yes, there is one, but I haven't looked at it yet. I have one with my Discord chat, and that's the one that I'm the member of, but there is one. I think there's 29-ish people working on Advent of Code at Lyft in that leaderboard, but I haven't looked at it because I don't know what happens if you leave one leaderboard when you created it. So I don't know what that is. But yeah, I have one on my Discord. It works pretty well. But yeah, let me do my little wind down spiel here once we pop some tabs here. I have a chatbot there. Focusing on admin of code over business priorities. Yeah, you know what's up, Parsit. No, we don't usually work on it during work. Although I did do some work today. I did work on admin of code during work today because I was waiting for a build to run. And yeah. Anyway, so the spiel, right? Yes. So if you liked what you saw, feel free. I'm exhausted. Feel free to check out the channel. I usually upload them to YouTube after, and there's previous streams up there as well with the normal stuff that I work on, which is usually like Python open source. I work on a bunch of like popular frameworks like Precommit and Flake8 and PyTest and Tox, and those are all things that I spend some time working on stream. Thank you, Adexa, and Sammy Best. Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? You caught me right as I'm leaving. Rip. But yeah, it's been a long stream. I'm very, very tired. My uptime right now is... Oh, you just woke up. 5-hour stream, and it's 2 in the morning for me, so it's been a long one. But yeah, those are previous uploads. I usually stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m. And I usually announce them in 2 places. One of them is on Twitter, and that's twitter.com/AnthonyWritesCode. I'll usually put up something that's like, I'm streaming in 60 minutes, blah, 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 something like that. I'm also streaming every day at midnight Eastern. I realize I'm switching time zones there, but it's 9 p.m. Pacific for Advent of Code. I'm trying to do every day. I'm 7 days in a row now, so it's going strong, but no, I feel like I'm gonna stay up later and later each day, and eventually the lack of sleep is gonna catch up to me, and so that's gonna be a mess. But anyway, I usually announce streams on Twitter. Yeah, in 9-ish hours from now, I'll be streaming again. I'll be working on open source stuff for that, though. So not Advent of Code. I don't know what I'm gonna work on. Maybe I'll work on my text editor. Maybe I'll work on some Flake8 stuff. We'll see. I haven't really thought about it yet. I also announced on my Discord. You guys are all free to join that. It's Bang Discord in the chat. We talk about programming stuff, hang out. There's some memes. I don't know, it's good. Hayden says, I'm just gonna poach your viewers by saying I'm streaming Advent of Code stuff in like an hour. Yeah, well, check out Hayden then. But yeah, that's all I've got for today, and I'm gonna go find someone to raid.